I'm not angry. I wish that they could engage. I long for a fucking argument with these people. I want to talk about evidence and facts and things that actually matter. And all that they do is like, they construct a straw man that's not based on anything you've ever actually said. And then they throw ad hominems at it and just scream that anti-Semitic. Whoa, you said that Nebula is like very curiously full of creators, co-founders, who just don't talk about anything of importance. Oh, that's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I'm tired. I'm not angry, I'm just fucking tired. Because people don't engage. I'd kill for an argument from you.
Bad Empanada is an interesting character to say the least. There was once a point where I, parasocially, respected him as a YouTuber. In 2019, I first encountered him as a guest on a podcast series called Socialist Sunday Stream, hosted by my good friend Javi. I actually appeared on a different episode than he did, but my first impression of him was positive. I valued what he had to say about Latin American politics, and I subscribed to his channel in hopes of learning more. He came out with bangers, like How to Research History, a guide to doing it properly.
Every source, whether it's an archaeological artifact, an ancient text, a newspaper article, a modern history book, or whatever, can usually be put into one of two categories, primary or secondary, each of which needs to be evaluated in different ways.
But for some reason, somewhere along the way, the respect that I had once held for him began to dwindle.
I could be Adolf Hitler in the flesh, but if I said what I said about Graham Plattner, I'd be right about it.
What the fuck?
But I'm getting ahead of myself. Bad Empanada is one of the few bold anti-imperialist voices on the internet, even among BreadTubers, where it is dominated by privileged rad-libby brats like ContraPoints whose material struggle amounts to whether or not the haters are too loud. But he does have a few caveats. Like any other critical thinker, his political commentary is rather unorthodox, even among other anti-imperialists. He's kind of an oddball in a way.
You should join ICE. You should absolutely join ICE. You should become an ICE agent as soon as possible. If you're American, you're able to become an ICE agent, you should do it.
As you can see, he has a bit of a sense of humor that doesn't exactly translate to tasteful, especially when considering that he positions himself as an anti-imperialist. He'll often make remarks that are similar to that of the US Department of Homeland Security.
You might be poor, right? You might be disadvantaged. You might be struggling. You might desperately need a job. You might just want to feed your family. You might just want healthcare. You might even be an LGBT, POC, minority Latino who is disadvantaged and you're intersectional. You have intersectional identity category.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down.
A really great way to get ahead would be for you to become an ICE agent. Because it's so easy to get in.
Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits.
And they offer insane benefits. Like I just Googled right now, ICE join Gov. And the first results is from the ICE website, America Needs You.
Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
America needs me. That sounds useful.
Bad Empanada and I are both YouTubers who definitely take pride in our content. To make a video to varying degrees, it requires a lot of work, ranging from research, script writing, filming, recording, editing, and even the process of uploading said video can be an arduous task. Needless to say, when we make videos, it requires a lot of time and energy. There is a certain amount of intent that goes behind it.
I want you to compare that, what I just said, with this clip from the Majority Report.
Even his Blackwater stint, we were talking a little bit off air. Is this not common, Brian, with people who don't have, are like trying to find work after being in the military?
Specifically the infantry. I mean, what you got to understand is that you don't have much of a job skill when you leave the infantry. And so if you're trying to make money and you're getting at that's such an easy pipeline, because like, what else are you going to do?
That's a great point. Like, yeah, it's such an easy pipeline. You know, you don't have money, you don't really have job skills. What else are you going to do except join ICE, right? And that makes you not responsible for your own actions. I completely agree. Just join ICE. It's not a huge deal. It's not your fault what you do. It's not your fault what happens. I actually think it's kind of privileged to be against people joining ICE. I completely agree with this assessment.
Stop my advocacy, and I will continue doing it. But goddamn, some of you fucking dumbasses really need to just rein it in, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's so privileged in many ways, where we're just like, listen, I didn't go through these experiences, so I'm obviously morally infallible as opposed to this fucking guy, you know? And before any number of you dipshits turn around and cynically try to tell me, what do you think a Rocky feels about this? You already know my position on this, okay? You're not from there. You're from America. You live in fucking Connecticut, okay? In your father's McMansion. Shut the fuck up.
I completely agree. I completely agree with everything this man just said. In my opinion, it's privileged to not join ICE. You haven't had the experiences that an ICE agent has had. What are you doing, cynically telling me that I should care about the opinion of some El Salvadorian migrant? Shut the fuck up. You're not an El Salvadorian migrant. You're privileged. You live in your father's McMansion in Connecticut. You can't judge people who join ICE. They needed the money. They were in poverty. They didn't know any better. They were propagandized.
Now, even in granting him the benefit of the doubt that he is making a sarcastic jab at Americans who join ICE to gain benefits from the US Department of Homeland Security as an anti-imperialist, this is rather mocking to the very people who are being separated from their families simply for the crime of being brown.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this guy's making me really uncomfortable. I don't know, he's like big and brown.
The very institution which he is making light of is throwing innocent people into concentration camps. There are reports of detained people either getting raped or completely disappearing off the record entirely.
And Shisho, talk about the significance of this. I mean, what is the distinction in practical terms? In other words, in the ways in which detainees are kept track of and processed through the immigration system?
If a detainee is in a federal facility, they will appear in some form in the ICE case locator, and attorneys will have access to them. It is a very complex process, but attorneys know how to navigate this process. They know who to call. They know how to set up interviews with these people. They know how to have private calls with their clients. But because this was a state-run facility, there were jurisdictional issues because it was a very rushed process in which this site was set up. There was issues surrounding legal access between attorneys and clients, and even when they were transferred out of this facility, I've spoken to attorneys who've said that we don't know who to call. Sometimes we call a person who is listed as the contact person, or is the contact person at like a site where he's supposed to be kept, but we don't even know whether that person is the right individual.
There was even a case where one person was hung by his neck and found dead.
That's my mom and that's him.
Frozen in a photograph inside his Dorchester home, the last Christmas President Nelson says he'll ever spend with his brother. Emmanuel Damas was reportedly detained by federal agents in September in Boston and died Monday, still in ICE custody.
What I know for sure, my brother is gone.
Nelson says Damas had been consistently complaining about a toothache while detained at Florence Correctional Center in Arizona. He tells us Damas was eventually taken to the hospital, where the next day, his brother was suddenly on life support with pneumonia.
You're able to become an ICE agent, you should do it.
ICE is basically killing people who are clearly victims of oppression to begin with, so I want to make this very clear. Whether or not he is joking is irrelevant. At the end of the day, he is using his platform pretending to advocate for the anti-imperialist cause while also making a complete mockery of actual victims of imperialism, whether he realizes it or not. But here's the thing that really drove me to make this video. He often criticizes other BreadTubers for not making their content with the message of international solidarity. He views online leftist creators as explicitly invested in American struggles only. And to some degree, he's correct. When it comes to people glazing Graham Plattner, he's correct to highlight the hypocrisy of their support for an unprincipled progressive who participated in the War on Terror, even though in his teen years he protested the War on Terror.
And before any number of you dipshits turn around and cynically try to tell me, what do you think a Iraqi feels about this? You already know my position on this, okay? You're not from there. You're from America. You live in fucking Connecticut, okay?
This is where Bad Empanada's political critiques shine.
But what is important is how the reaction to this controversy has brought to light once more this elephant in the room regarding significant parts of the left in the USA. They have serious difficulty conceiving of non-Americans as human beings when that conception comes into conflict with what they view as the material interests of themselves and other Americans.
And before any number of you dipshits turn around and cynically try to tell me, what do you think a Iraqi feels about this?
But while he holds others to account on the basis of international solidarity, he himself falls short of his own principles and thus shoots himself in the foot for his own cause.
I don't know, like I've been saying it for a minute, and I think that sometimes I'm like, man, am I a little too hard? Am I a little too demanding? Is my standard too high for these white people?
There you go. White. He's already made clear that he understands my reasoning completely, but he just can't help himself. He just can't help himself. He has to do it.
So before we continue, I want to put a list of channels, individuals, nation states, and ideologies on screen. These things will appear throughout the video because the examples I'll be using often involve Bad Empanada responding to them or critiquing their position. I want to be absolutely clear. This video is not in defense of any of these channels, peoples, ideologies, or nation states. I have a wide range of feeling towards them, ranging from indifference to outright disgust. The goal of this video is singular, a critique of Bad Empanada and his dog shit lack of class analysis in his own political commentary. No one is paying me or asking me to make this video aside from the generous people who support my work on Ko-Fi. Everything you're about to hear is my own opinion, formed through my own research. In order to properly analyze Bad Empanada and his political critique, we need to be clear on what he is not. Many people often mischaracterize him as a tanky.
What better person to respond to than Bad Empanada, who has been a little bit of a bad boy. He's one of those tanky lefties who hates liberals and everything, and anything liberals are in favor of must be bad because liberals are in favor of it, and liberals are in favor of bad things, which, I mean, that is... my vape fell over.
Other people have gone on to call him a Nazi.
This ideology that they're spewing is a way to set up a future narrative that all of the ills of society are actually the fault of this decadent elite. Not politicians and people actually in charge, but this decadent, perverse elite on the left who allowed all of this to happen through their moral failings and sexual deviance. It's a setup for a later rug pull when they go full mask off and start blaming marginalized people for all of the ills of the world. I know, because the Nazis did exactly that.
In reality, these descriptors are not accurate to his political analysis. Not because I'm defending him, but because referring to him as such in this way is missing the point as to why his political critiques are often dog shit to begin with. The word tanky is often thrown around very loosely to describe varying levels of Marxist-Leninist support, usually by non-Marxist-Leninists. Most of the time, it is used to describe a very specific kind of Marxist-Leninist that is very willing to either deny or outright support authoritarian socialist nation-states and their atrocities. But is Bad Empanada really a tanky? Let's see what he has to say about that. In his video, The Holodomor Genocide Question, How Wikipedia Lies to You, he spends the vast majority of the video challenging the sources used in the Wikipedia article on the Holodomor atrocity, finding that the majority of the sources are from right-wing Ukrainian nationalists who made such claims before the Soviet archives were released.
For them, the idea that Stalin planned to and did intentionally starve millions of Ukrainians is very convenient for political purposes, and they've actually really succeeded at their goal.
Even when the Soviet archives were released, the documents didn't exactly support the claims of genocidal intent.
My own assessment of the evidence and the research that we've gone over here is that the famine in Ukraine was not planned or carried out intentionally at all, nor were Ukrainians specifically targeted on ethnic grounds. No direct evidence for either of those assertions has ever been found, so every argument for them is based on little more than inferences and circumstantial evidence at best. And worse, these arguments were formed before the Soviet archives were opened, under the assumption that there would be some sort of special smoking gun secret document in there that proved all of them. And yet, when the archives opened and this evidence never surfaced, the arguments still remain the same.
Bad Empanada continues by giving his own opinions of the historical events.
The evidence indicates that the famine affected a much wider area than just Ukraine, including 2 million dead in Russia itself, so the national interpretation is just incorrect. It was caused by a failure in agricultural policy exacerbated by natural factors, which led to a poor harvest, which led to a regional food shortage, and which Stalin's government failed to adequately respond to, in large part because they wanted to hide the famine from the wider USSR and world, hence they undertook most of their relief efforts in secret, which obviously greatly hindered their effectiveness. So they certainly deserve a lot of the blame, but they didn't kill anyone intentionally.
In his video, North Korean sanctions should be on Israel instead, he makes a pretty solid point about how working class people who flee the DPRK are suffering from sanctions placed on them by the United Nations.
A lot of the problems that North Koreans face are not imposed upon them by their government, it's imposed upon them by outside forces, namely the United States of America and the Western Bloc, but also other countries are complicit in this. In 2017, there was this extensive sanctions package imposed on North Korea, which put incredibly draconic restrictions on North Korean citizens who live abroad. And it's insane how far this went. That it puts restrictions on the rights of individual North Korean citizens. That's right. Individual North Korean citizens are literally all sanctioned by this. If you're a North Korean and you leave North Korea to live abroad, you have sanctions imposed upon you. This resolution introduced a ban on member states from providing work authorizations for DPRK nationals, other than those for which written contracts have been finalized prior to the adoption of this resolution. So if you are a North Korean living abroad, you are literally prohibited by the UN from working.
He used an example of a North Korean athlete in Italy who couldn't play because of those sanctions.
5 years ago, there was this North Korean footballer, Han Kwang-song, and he was good enough to go and play in Italy, but after the 2017 sanctions, he was no longer allowed to play in Italy because he was a North Korean.
But in the same video, he says that he doesn't support North Korea or the government.
We're often told, North Korea is incredibly repressive. It impedes its citizens from, doing basic shit, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, North Korea is a really fucked up country. Make no mistake, I'm not going to pretend that it's actually a secret utopia, as a lot of really fucking weird American 12-year-olds like to do on social media.
Additionally, in his video, I hate the word tanky and everyone who uses it, he restates that he isn't interested in defending socialist nation states, but rather that he hates the word because it is commonly used as a catch-all term to lump varying groups of left-wing thought together without meaningfully addressing the argument that leftists make.
Anyone who spends their, more than a fleeting moment of their time talking about tankies is just a complete fucking idiot liberal. That's my take. Generally, what they're doing with that is basically grouping anyone who isn't not even a social democrat, because these people generally aren't even radical enough to be actual social democrats, in with the most batshit insane Bay Area sort of people, and grouping all of them together as if they're this one amorphous blob. Basically, what the word tanky means is that you are to the left of me, and that makes me uncomfortable. It's literally mean nothing more than that. There's a spectrum of what these people call tanky, and it goes from anyone with a remotely materialist critique of society to random China stan genocide deniers and stuff.
So I think that on this principle alone, we can safely say that calling Bad Empanada a tanky is just incorrect. His political analysis of socialist nation states is more three-dimensional than it is apologetic towards figures like Joseph Stalin. But what about the big one? Is Bad Empanada actually a Nazi? I'm not convinced. In Trash Discourse's video, Nazis are recruiting you using left-wing buzzwords. They point to Bad Empanada's fixation on Jews.
I know, because the Nazis did exactly that. Blaming Jews and other marginalized people within their society for their loss in World War I.
But the problem starts right in the title. Calling someone a Nazi, not a leftist with reactionary or incoherent positions worth dismantling, but a Nazi, is a loaded claim. And it raises a basic question that the video never truly answers. What exactly makes someone a Nazi? More specifically, what defines a National Socialist once you strip away the polemics? Historically, Nazism is an ultra-nationalist ideology. To the Nazi, the nation-state is everything. All moral values flow exclusively from the interests of the nation-state and its agenda. Additionally, if Bad Empanada were a Nazi, he would need to believe that a racialized hierarchy needed to be enforced. That also means that he would need to have an outright rejection of international solidarity in favor of nationalist supremacy. For Bad Empanada to qualify as a Nazi in any meaningful term, he would need to embrace those core tenets: nationalist supremacy, racialized hierarchy, and hostility towards international solidarity, specifically on nationalist grounds. This is where the claim that he is a Nazi shatters. Yes, there are positions that Bad Empanada holds that overlap superficially with fascist aesthetics, like anti-liberalism being one of the obvious ones. But anti-liberalism is not a position exclusively held by the right wing. His critique of liberalism comes from the left, and frankly, it's a critique that I largely agree with him on. Liberals routinely function as a barrier against revolutionary change in the face of imperialism. Liberal politicians in particular play the same plutocratic, capitalist game as conservative politicians, just with slightly more self-awareness. Opposing liberalism on those grounds doesn't make someone a fascist, it makes them a leftist who understands how the system works, or at least I sure hope that person does. Now, whether Bad Empanada is anti-Semitic is a separate question, one that I will address later in the video. But even though the Nazis are historically anti-Jewish and anti-labor, calling Bad Empanada a Nazi on those qualifications alone is like calling Joseph Stalin a Nazi because of his doctor's plot paranoia. It's just factually inaccurate because it mistakes a very real and serious problem for the totality of an ideology. And in doing so, it flattens Nazism into a single trait and inflates it for the sake of a lazy, sensationalist polemic. Nazism is already so pervasive and dangerous in Western culture, we should avoid being sloppy in our political analysis of Bad Empanada. But now that we have properly ruled out what Bad Empanada is not, we can finally pin down his political ideology with accuracy. You might be surprised, because it's more three-dimensional than you may think. Bad Empanada would probably describe himself in a lot of ways: an anti-imperialist, a challenger to Western leftists, and a keeper of solid principles. But in order to meaningfully judge that, we need to make sure that we are on the same page of what core tenets comprise his ideology. Bad Empanada is not just some leftist who played Heart of Iron 4 yesterday. He has an established ideology that is unique even among his peers. Speaking of, who exactly are his friends? Does he even have friends?
I don't have any friends.
I know he might say that Hassan Piker is his enemy, but are they really though?
So next time you meet Bernie Sanders, are you gonna yell at him?
No, I'm not going to yell at him because I'm not a freak.
To me, that comes across more like ideological rivals akin to Ash and Gary, or some kind of terminally online political kayfabe. So I think it's safe to say that in spite of his opposition to liberals, he seems more chummy with them than he probably should be. Regardless, I'm going to describe his political ideologies in 3 pillars. The first pillar is good old Marxism-Leninism. This is an extension of Marx's school of thought that specifically prioritizes a socialist transitionary state into a stateless, moneyless, classless society. The desired result of this process of withering away the state would of course lead to communism. Bad Empanada may have criticized Joseph Stalin, but that doesn't mean that he isn't somewhat sympathetic towards socialist movements. Kind of. We're going to talk about that later in the video. As y'all know, I'm a former Marxist-Leninist myself. I won't go too deep into my own history, but I was a Marxist-Leninist from the age of 14 to 18 years old.
Really fucking weird American 12-year-old.
To me, being a Marxist-Leninist was a major stepping stone towards growing up. Marx's critique of the capitalist system, based on its intrinsic antagonist dynamics between the rich and the poor, led me to a bigger understanding of how the world worked. After 18, I became an anarchist. Although I no longer identify with Marxism-Leninism, I still haven't forgotten what I had learned during my Marxist days. My political ambitions is towards communism, and to me, anarchism is that method of getting there. I appreciate that Marxism partially shaped Bad Empanada's political framework. Here's one short that he made, mocking anti-socialist perspective on the labor theory of value.
Hey socialists, if value is determined by the labor put into something, then explain why these people are all rich. Ha ha ha, LTV debunked.
Here's what goes on at our adult TikTok house called the Honey House. Sam is filming workouts for her YouTube channel, and her team is here shooting it. Nick works for a big-time agency, and so he's always talking to brands and helping them with their marketing. B is a mindset and meditation coach, so she's always leading guided meditations on her computer.
Now, I'm not really here to debunk the Marxist-Leninist framework towards communism, but rather to highlight what Bad Empanada's principles are. Bad Empanada, being a Marxist-Leninist, certainly has its own distinct flavor of left-wing politics, even apart from anarchists.
What better time than now to make a video in which I call out a deranged right-wing conservative YouTuber that claims to be a lefty, claims to be a communist even, an anarchist, I believe.
But what really stood out to me about his socialist angle was his antagonistic rhetoric against liberals. It's moments like when Joe Biden union-busting railroad workers dropped the ball on trans rights and sends billions to Israel to commit genocidal terror in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran that really demonstrate that not only are things getting worse, but that the only real established opposition to total capitalist hegemony is also in bed with capitalist hegemony.
So I haven't even gotten to the imperialism. Because when it comes to imperialism, they are completely in sync. You know, when it comes to imperialism, they don't just ignore what's going on. They outright deep throat and support the awful things that the US government does.
Bad Empanada, as a Marxist-Leninist, sees that. And for anyone who has followed me on YouTube, you'd also know my pessimistic attitudes towards liberalism. In this video, Bad Empanada takes on horse porn lover Foch for trying to claim that Marx, Engels, and Lenin would have voted for Joe Biden. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of basic anti-capitalist theory and history will tell you that that is not true.
Did you know Marx actually believed it was possible to achieve socialism peacefully through democracy and through voting?
Why do I get the feeling that AI companies used his voice in their AI generative models?
Did you know that if you place a sliced onion...
Did you know Marx actually believed it was possible to achieve socialism peacefully through democracy and through voting?
Foch quote mines from each of these socialist figures.
A quote from him in his La Liberté speech. You know that the institutions, mores, and traditions of various countries must be taken into consideration, and we do not deny that there are countries, such as America, England, and if I were more familiar with your institutions, I would perhaps also add Holland, where the workers can attain their goal by peaceful means. That being the case, we must also recognize the fact that in most countries on the continent, the lever of our revolution must be force. It is force to which we must one day appeal in order to erect the rule of labor.
And Bad Empanada just hits him with a reality check.
But with context, it's clear that Marx and Engels believe that socialism achieved democratically would come from an independent workers' party, not from subservience to a bourgeois party that explicitly serves bourgeoisie interests, like the Democratic Party in the US. Most damning is Marx's address to the Communist League in 1850. Even when there is no prospect whatsoever of their being elected, the workers must put up their own candidates in order to preserve their independence, to count their forces, and to bring before the public their revolutionary attitude and party standpoint. In this connection, they must not allow themselves to be seduced by such arguments of the Democrats, wink wink nudge nudge, for example, that by doing so, they are splitting the Democratic Party, wink wink nudge nudge, and making it possible for the reactionaries to win. The ultimate intent of all such phrases is to dupe the proletariat. Marx is clear that an independent workers' party should be formed and backed, even if it splits the vote.
So by this metric, we can conclude that, at least in theory, Bad Empanada stands on the principles of workers' power, because in this response video to Foch, he's highlighting that Marxists distinguish the need for a working class candidate as opposed to a candidate of the ruling class. This is why I'm not interested in debunking his Marxist-Leninist views, because I'm more interested in the principles that he possesses, worker power. Personally, I think a common principle should be that all workers deserve rights and better wages, at least under capitalism. But remember, under the abolition of capitalism, we would need a complete overhaul so that workers have the means of production, and so that workers can benefit from the fruit of their own labor. So then we must move beyond reform. We must move towards abolition of the state and the capitalist system. Because remember, post-capitalist philosophy is about what comes after capitalism. So anything that materially empowers the working class is always worth celebrating. I'm all for it. Capitalists are the ones who want that juicy surplus. And the topic of workers' power as a principle is going to be a recurring theme throughout the video. So this Marxist-Leninist pillar shows that Bad Empanada is at least ideologically left-wing to some degree. However, the next pillars are where I begin to question his analysis. Enter the second pillar of Bad Empanada's political philosophy, Third-Worldism. In its most common formulation, Third-Worldism argues that the working class of the global north constitutes as a labor aristocracy, materially insulated from the worst forms of exploitation and therefore lacking revolutionary potential. From this perspective, leftists in Western nation-states are not just ineffective but structurally incapable of posing a meaningful challenge to imperialism. If we want to critique Bad Empanada without misrepresenting him, we need to recognize that his Marxist-Leninist worldview is grounded in his Third-Worldist framework. He is deeply cynical about the idea that leftists in imperialist countries can have any real impact on global power structures.
You're not going to build shit in the first world. The people there are too materially invested in maintaining their comparative advantage with the third world, so it's not going to happen. I would hope the last 10 years, especially of American politics and UK politics, etc., would have made that very obvious to anyone.
That cynicism is on full display in this post, where he writes,
"The whining about leftists not supporting the Iran protests is laughable. What power do these leftists have? The Iranian government is opposed by all of the most powerful imperialist nations in the world. They're on your side with their bombs, their sanctions, and their globe-spanning propaganda apparatus. You need to see words on social media validating you from people with no capacity to help anyway as well?"
What this reveals is Bad Empanada's underlying theory of power. Because Western leftists do not command a state apparatus, no military, no sanctions, no geopolitical leverage, their solidarity is treated as politically meaningless. Anti-imperialism in this framework only counts when it is exercised at the state level. Anything outside of that is dismissed as performatively symbolic or irrelevant. This is the core limitation of his analysis. While Bad Empanada is openly hostile towards imperialist governments like the United States and Israel, his state-centric understanding of power leaves little room for recognizing the political responsibility of people living within those states. Resistance should not be measured exclusively by geopolitical leverage. Instead, it should be measured by international solidarity. And of course, it should be stated that different forms of struggles transcend the borders of nation-states. The issue here is not whether or not nation-states like Vietnam or Iran have ever organized themselves in opposition to US imperialism. Clearly some have. The issue here is that Bad Empanada elevates the legitimacy of state power to such an extent that other forms of struggle are treated as non-existent. Internationalism, in this way, is something that is administered from above, rather than something built horizontally across borders by people whose daily lives are materially entangled with imperial power. This reduces activists living in imperialist countries to a labor aristocracy position rather than as participants in a global system whose position carries specific obligations.
So when you live in a country like the US where your best hope is basically to have some class collaborationist unions who are a bit stronger in order to increase you and a limited stratum of the population's own working conditions without really being able to do much to actually stop imperialism, to really meaningfully do anything for the rest of the world, because people like that frame themselves as leftists and dominate the discussion of what a leftist in your country is and shout down anyone who dares try and build anything better. How are you supposed to do anything? What can you do? I really don't think there is much.
And the weird thing is that this also essentializes the role of borders as proximity to imperial power, and this third worldist perspective treats the working class within these nation-states as completely disqualified of any revolutionary potential. So then what does this perspective lead to? Well, if you're working class and you live in the global north and you're adopting this perspective, then your praxis is going to amount to inaction, like Jason Unruhu, which is why we don't take that stupid fuck seriously.
A few years ago, I made a video talking about which Marxist group I wanted to join, and that my decision was eventually none of them, because none of them really had the line that I agreed with, and that's a really important thing to keep in mind. You know, I am a third-worldist, and the number of third-worldist groups are extremely limited. Well, now I have decided to officially join a Marxist group. So I am now officially a member of the Leading Light Communist Organization.
No, 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 no. This leads us to reveal the final pillar of Bad Empanada's political ideology, Peronism. If you've never heard of this word before, then Bad Empanada has you covered. In his video, What is Peronism?, he gives us the general history of Juan Domingo Perón, as well as other figures from the Peronist movement, including various Argentinian presidents and politicians.
But Perón's message was not just one of exploitation, not just one of blame. It was also very positive. Not in the value judgment sense, but in the sense that it believed in people. Perón said that Argentine workers were capable, that they were strong, that their culture was valid, that united, they could make Argentina better for themselves.
While I suggest that my audience go and watch the video itself, I'll give you my understanding of what Peronism is. Peronism is a movement that grew from Argentina's working class, gaining a modicum of political power for the very first time. Juan Perón took advantage of this fertile ground of class consciousness throughout the nation, while gaining popularity with local labor unions. While Juan Perón was in power, unions were forced to get approved by the government. In my opinion, a lot of Peronist propaganda, including their anthem, Marcha Peronista, leans on anti-capitalist rhetoric, but even Bad Empanada confessed that Peronist politicians still work within the confines of free market capitalism.
Perón was a military officer who had visited Europe on observational assignment in the late 1930s. He returned to Argentina with newfound political ambitions and what was a fairly unique idea at the time, to take what he called a social democratic project based on what he saw in Europe, including in fascist Italy. Yeah. And apply it to the unique circumstances of Argentina, a post-colonial nation where the majority had never been politically represented in any capacity. In doing so, he believed that he could create a third way between laissez-faire capitalism, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and communism.
That's because, as Bad Empanada so eloquently points out in his video about Peronism, the Peronists, including Juan Perón himself, are ideologically inconsistent.
So why don't we ask some Argentines about it then? Surely they'll be able to explain, right? I mean, it's their country. Well, I've tried that many times. When I first came here, it was actually my go-to conversation starter.
Hey, baby, explícame lo que es el peronismo ahorita.
The most common answer that I got was nervous laughter, followed by them saying that they just had no idea how to answer that question. That or an attempt at answering that would end very inconclusively. The next most common was an immediate, very confident response, but with very little consistency. Peronism is socialism, Peronism is communism, Peronism is fascism, Peronism is when the government does stuff. That sort of thing. Generally, that comes more from people who don't particularly like Peronism very much, who seem to just be trying to brand it with adjectives that they consider to be negative.
So in these three pillars, Marxism-Leninism, Third-Worldism, and Peronism, we have drawn where his principles come from. Worker power, there is no revolutionary potential for the working class in imperialist nation states, and that worker power can only exist within the state apparatus. Despite both of us being anti-capitalist, who openly critique imperialist nation states, and the liberal fools who defend them, I genuinely do not believe that Bad Empanada and I see eye to eye on some of these core principles. I think Bad Empanada, by holding some of these positions in the way that he does, is acting more in detriment to the very people in which he pretends to care about, rather than maintaining a serious revolutionary class analysis of how these things work in the real world. So in my thesis, which I have painstakingly, meticulously set up here to ensure absolute clarity and intent, I am not here in an attempt to deplatform or to call for some petty cancellation. Because that's no fun anyway.
Hit it, Joe!
Now it's time to announce the sponsor of today's video. Just kidding. This video is not sponsored, but if you are enjoying the video so far, please subscribe, like the video, hit the bell icon. Also check out my music channel, Sabocat Records, where you can listen to my music, and I actually have some new music coming out, so you should go check that out as well. If you're new to my channel, I'm honestly more of a musician than a YouTuber, if I'm being completely transparent with you here. But now we must get into what this chapter is actually about. So you know what a drinking game is, right? Well, unfortunately, I'm not much of a drinker in the first place. I will occasionally enjoy a twisted tea, but the idea of getting drunk like that, it just kind of turns me off. However, I do smoke weed, so in the spirit of a drinking game, I'm going to turn this into a weed game instead. Here's how it's going to work. Every time Bad Empanada does one of the following things, you take a puff.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I have impunity. I have connections of powerful people, powerful governments. You'll never get me. You'll never get me.
Sorry, what?
Y'all thought I forgot about 420? Nah, I would never forget about 420. But look, I don't hate Bad Empanada. But I think that when there is a voice like Bad Empanadas who is willing to go against the grain, my expectations are always going to be set high. If Bad Empanada responds to this video, I want him to know that it is so fucking easy for me to critically analyze you that I can do it while being stony baloney. This first bowl, I want to smoke it in honor of Bad Empanada. I want only the best things to come his way, as I hope for a better world for everyone. Can we at least agree on that point? Cheers. This world is already going through enough hell. I think I'm not alone in saying that we all want to see a better world for all. That shouldn't be controversial. But I don't know. We got some laundry to fold.
Rejoice and be glad, for the springtime has come. We can throw down our shovels and go on the bum. Hallelujah, I'm a bum. Hallelujah, bum again. Hallelujah, give us a hand out to revive us again.
As mentioned earlier, Bad Empanada doesn't just dislike unions, more specifically labor unions organized inside of imperialist countries.
Unions in first world countries, or the imperial countries, whatever you want to call them, are highly incentivized to support imperialism and thus mostly do.
His main point is that these labor unions are inclined to support imperialism, whether directly or inadvertently, to achieve their own victories. But watch how he simplifies what people join unions for in the first place.
Your immediate reaction will be you thinking, hey, but isn't the common knowledge, like, join a union #1 on the list of the things that people tell you what to do if you want to be like a leftist or whatever? And yeah, it is something that a lot of people say, but it's also an incredibly simplistic thing.
He makes this claim that people's perception of unions is solely workers organizing for the greater good or whatever.
Because most people don't actually think about what unions are, aside from, well, they're just like groups of workers organizing together for the greater good or whatever.
But he's completely undermining that the purpose of a union is for the workers to have more leverage against their bosses. And keep in mind, this is what he says people's perception of unions are. He's acting like the workers' struggle to unionize are organizing in the abstract.
And when you think more about what unions actually are, you analyze what they do and the effects of it, it becomes pretty clear that unions in of themselves are not really any sort of pathway to anti-imperialist or even at all revolutionary politics. And in many respects, they can actually be detrimental to such goals or even directly work against them.
Bad Empanada is framing this perspective as if nobody who has ever organized in a union has ever considered that there are imperialized countries in the world, or let alone has ever heard of Third-Worldism before. Like he's the leading pioneer of Third-Worldist thought.
Me saying this is going to be something that will make a lot of you quite uncomfortable.
Followed by accusing his critics of being emotional when presented with these arguments.
People like this prefer to remain in like a Twitter hug box where they can just like feel good about getting more likes or whatever based on their own willful and malicious misinterpretation of what you're saying from other people with the same position as them in the imperialist world system who also have the exact same immediate emotional reaction to seeing this sort of thing for the first time. There's no desire to learn, there's no desire to discuss anything, there's no desire to improve the world or to educate people. It's all just sort of a desire to protect one's own feelings above all else. And people like this generally operate in an environment where they don't have to actually even think about people outside the first world at all. You know, this is someone who makes videos about like pop culture, anime, bullshit like that.
You hear that, folks? If you like anime, you don't care about people in colonized countries. That means if you ever saw Luffy punch a celestial dragon, then you're automatically an imperialist fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Bad Empanada hates anime for some reason. He even did 2 videos on anime.
You know, this is someone who makes videos about like pop culture, anime, bullshit like that.
If you've ever seen as much as a single jiggling anime titty, you're bad.
Like people like to bring up, say, like Death Note for like an adult anime. Have you watched fucking Death Note? It's about like genius high schoolers who like go on like 5-minute long evil monologues about their master fucking plans. Like even the anime that these people claim is like so good and like so mature and like not for kids, nothing like that. No. It really is just for kids. Like Death Note is a show for like early teens.
To Bad Empanada, anime is just Lolicon and Death Note. Now to his credit, he is debunking a tradcon in this video, and yes, Lolicon is disgusting and cringe, but it's honestly so funny just seeing him take the piss on anime for some reason. I don't know why, I just think it's really funny to me. No particular reason. I'm not here to defend anime. What I'm here to talk about is what does he mean when he says that his critics are being emotional?
So her first tweet was saying, sure seems like Bad Empanada doesn't believe in anything except suffering. And this is in response to a tweet where I said, don't join a union. Unions exist purely to gain benefits for their members at the cost of everyone else if needed. In the first world, this means at the cost of the third. Your union will suck imperialist cock for a 1-cent raise. Now this is actually just true. I'm going to be elaborating on this throughout this video, but I've already given you like the crux of how and why this actually happens, the basics of it. She does not actually respond to the notion. She doesn't even try, nor does she actually do so in any of her subsequent responses to me, as you'll be seeing. And then I made a joke tweet follow-up to that, which she took genuine offense to, where I said the world will be better with first world suffering. Now, taking offense at people saying something like that at the expense of you as a first worlder in the imperial core is just very Zionist coded.
Here we have our first major red flag. He's just restating his earlier point in the video through a much older tweet that he's made, but he goes on the defense by calling it a joke tweet, which is awfully strange because if this tweet was meant to be a joke, then why are you sincerely trying to argue for this point in the first place? Not to mention, in the same fucking tweet thread where he accuses Dead Domain of taking offense, he cites a retort made by a user who is not Dead Domain at all, which he does not go over in the video, but still displays on screen. It reads as follows: sorry brother, but I need to eat and have some sort of future. I too would like to make YouTube videos for a living with the ability to move countries on a whim like you, but I ain't so lucky. He doesn't address this, by the way, because it's not only true in Bad Empanada's case, but he's deliberately avoiding the material reality of workers who are in an inherently antagonistic dynamic with their bosses, and how living like that greatly differs from his own out-of-touch lifestyle. Arguably, it even stands in contrast with this core principle of Marxism-Leninism. Literally, the first sentence of the first chapter of the Communist Manifesto says that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. I'm not even getting into anything really deep here. This is just very basic surface level Marxist theory. Even Big Bill Haywood understands this shit. But it actually gets worse, because listen to what he has to say about Italian dock workers organizing a strike against Israel.
In very rare occasions, individual unions do take action against imperialism. For example, Italian dock workers recently blocked arms shipments to Israel. But as a bloc, unions do not do that. The unions who do that are an exception in the same way that someone like Friedrich Engels was an exception among the bourgeois class in his genuine advocacy for the rights of workers and for communism.
That is one big pile of shit.
This is such a ludicrous take that I'm flabbergasted. First of all, Italian dock workers who put their very lives on the line to halt the slaughter of Palestinians at the hands of the Israeli nation-state, he likens them to Friedrich Engels. Now, to be clear, aside from writing a number of books, one of which being the Communist Manifesto commissioned by the Communist League, and putting together the First International, I would be so hard-pressed to compare a textile businessman to Italian dock workers who put absolutely everything that they could on the line to stopping a genocide. This is important because he's throwing class analysis out of the window. Engels owned the means of production. Unlike the dock workers, he had employees under him. He had hiring and firing power. He lived handsomely off of his daddy's cotton spinning business.
You know, this is someone who makes videos about like pop culture, anime, bullshit like that.
Dock workers, on the other hand,
Go park and get the dispatch. Come on, shift's about to start.
endure the gruelingly mundane task of loading and unloading cargo, securing that cargo, operating heavy machinery, which in and of itself comes with a slew of life-threatening risk, and depending on the weather, they endure the sweltering heat that coastlines tend to foster, or worse, a fucking hurricane.
Thank fuck I'm high as a kite.
Relative to the dock workers, Engels is somebody who lived quite aristocratically, and especially in the context of class analysis, Friedrich Engels had far less at stake if his business went under compared to if the dock workers lost their jobs.
I'm gonna lose my job. Be careful.
One of my favorite anarchist quotes comes from Mikhail Bakunin's essay called The Capitalist System, which reads as follows. But the capitalist system, the business owner runs risks, they say, while the worker risks nothing. This is not true, because when seen from his side, all the disadvantages are on the part of the worker. The business owner can conduct his affairs poorly, he can be wiped out in a bad deal, or be a victim of a commercial crisis, or by an unforeseen catastrophe. In a word, he can ruin himself. This is true. But does ruin mean from the bourgeois point of view to be reduced in the same level of misery as those who die of hunger, or to be forced among the ranks of the common laborer? This so rarely happens that we might as well say never. Afterwards, it is rare that the capitalist does not retain something, despite the appearance of ruin. And he goes on to say, the risk of the workers are indefinitely greater. After all, if the establishment in which he is employed goes bankrupt, he must go several days and sometimes several weeks without work, and for him, it is much more than ruin. It is death, because he eats every day what he earns. The savings of workers are fairy tales invented by bourgeois economists to lull their weak sentiment of justice, the remorse that is awakened by chance in the bosom of their class.
Hey,
You look familiar.
So while Bad Empanada is arguing that labor unions are imperialist, he's trying to blur that line between the owners and the workers who fatten their owners. I don't believe that I'm splitting hairs here. I believe this is telling of how narrowly he utilizes class analysis at a fundamental level. Now, I get what he's saying. Not enough unions are explicitly anti-imperialist or holistically push anti-imperialist causes. I agree with that point. In the same video, he highlights that the International Longshoremen's Association went on strike to protect their jobs against automation and to improve their wages. However, in doing so, the association makes an exception for US armed shipments to Israel. This is an excellent example of unionized workers who not only lack international solidarity, but prove themselves to be unprincipled. He is right to point this out.
So these guys go on strike, but still go to work to load military cargo and just sort of stand around. Like, not to like load, for example, like food cargo, not anything else, aid, whatever. No, what they have a specific exception for is arms for imperialism.
However, this does not fit the generalized thesis statement that he is making that US labor unions support imperialism. Oh wait, I'm sorry, probably supports imperialism, because he had to change the title of this video since he probably realized that was a dogshit take, but I digress. This is just one unionized industry out of many in the United States. He is generalizing here, and he's relying on you, the viewer, to make that leap in assuming that just because one or few industries are morally complicit in this selfish fashion, that therefore all US labor unions function in this way. But sometimes his critiques of unions isn't coming from an anti-imperialist lens, sometimes it's coming from the bosses themselves. Earlier in the video, when he talks about teachers' unions, he describes the function of their strikes like so.
Now let me provide some more examples here of sort of how unions very narrowly advocate for their own members. Teachers' unions are a very good example, and I know some of you will say that and they'll be like, oh, Bad Empanada, you hate teachers' unions, why you think teachers should be enslaved? Obviously, I don't think that. You know, if teachers want to strike, good on them, I guess. You know, fight for your own pay. Teachers should be paid well. But it is undeniable that when teachers' unions go on strike, attempting to derive benefits for themselves, they harm others.
But there are lots of examples of how rigid grocery store union contracts could hurt our store's ability to serve guests and actually hurt our team members in the process.
I'm not saying they bear moral responsibility for that, I'm just making a dry statement of fact. If a teachers' union goes on strike, not only do the kids not receive education on that day or those days, but the kids have to stay home, meaning that their parents, most of whom are going to be workers, are going to have to arrange childcare. They're going to have to pay for it, they're going to have to get a family member to help them, which in of itself is labor.
Let's say you're working in stationery, but you're walking through domestics on your way to check on something. A guest stops you and asks for help. What would you do? Without even thinking about it, you'd stop and give them any assistance they required. But what if union work rules say you can't work outside of your department? What do you tell the guest? Sorry, I can't help you? That makes you look bad, but more importantly, it means our guest doesn't get immediate attention.
That family member might themselves be being taken away from their own labor to do that. Or the parents might have to stay home and take care of their kids and lose a day of pay and potentially, you know, face some sort of repercussions of their job.
So everyone gets hurt, everyone except the union.
But again, he's forgetting that building a union is about creating leverage against the bosses. He's not mentioning the bureaucratic institutions who pay the teachers and possess hiring and firing power against them. Therefore, while it is unfortunate that children aren't receiving an education while the teachers are on strike, he's placing that blame on the teachers in this instance rather than the schools who fail to pay proper wages and benefits. Not to mention that the role teachers play in our society is to better prepare their students for the future. Their jobs are practically thankless in that their service is to raise an educated future generation of working class people. So, by extension, You'd want the material conditions of our educators to be sufficient, right? You'd want the teachers to not focus on drill, 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 instead to teach our students to critically think, right? You'd want our teachers to be enthusiastic about teaching so that students can be enthusiastic about learning instead of verbally and physically abusing students, right? But that doesn't seem to cross Bad Empanada's mind ever.
There's no desire to learn, there's no desire to discuss anything, there's no desire to improve the world or to educate people. It's all just sort of a desire to protect one's own feelings above all else.
Instead, he's so hyper-focused on placing the blame on workers for the exploitation that they endure from their bosses.
One of the gotchas that these people attempt to throw out when you talk about this sort of thing is, well, what do you expect me to do aside from joining a union? What do you think we should do? You have no solutions. And for one, I'm not really obliged to give you a solution. You know, Karl Marx never really gave you a solution.
Oh, really? Because aren't you the same person who want us to engage with your dog shit talking points?
Regarding these sorts of like centrist/center-left people who posture as like radical leftists and how they deal with criticism coming at them from the left. They can't really respond to it honestly on the basis of the evidence and the arguments. So what they do instead, they just don't engage at all. Because if they did engage, it would become very plainly obvious for all to see that they were the ones who were actually in the wrong here.
To be fair, at the end of the video, he does provide solutions for his viewers, like being aware of the unions they consider joining and holding the complicit ones accountable.
But for two, there are ways in which you can work to fight this sort of thing. You know, you can think more about little decisions like joining a union, just like how a lot of you recently have started thinking more about little decisions like, is this product that I'm buying in the supermarket Israeli? Little things like that added up can matter. They can make a difference. I'm not saying don't join any union. I'm saying at least think more about the decision. Be conscious about it and be very careful about what you do within a union, because you are ultimately human. You are ultimately gonna follow the carrot on the stick. And the carrot on the stick, when you're in a union in the first world, is often support imperialism.
But in the same breath, he is begging us, the viewer, to take him seriously.
Anyway, so that is a thorough little explanation of why I'm right and all the people who are made uncomfortable by me daring to say something that should really be uncontroversially accepted. And it really should not be controversial at all to say something as so simply true.
I demand to be taken seriously!
No.
Yes!
No.
Yes!
No. He says that, but he continues to make an ass of himself in the most unserious way.
She does not actually respond to the notion. She doesn't even try. Nor does she actually do so in any of her subsequent responses to me, as you'll be seeing. And then I made a joke tweet.
Hold the joker, baby!
This is why I don't care if Bad Empanada is joking while he's making these careless remarks. He is choosing to deliberately make inflammatory remarks while waffling to the position that he claims that he was just joking about it the whole time. We've talked about this rhetorical strategy on my channel before. It's called Schrodinger's douchebag. The act of saying something incredibly fucking stupid and then waffling like a coward on the defense that it was all a joke whenever challenged on your words. Own your fucking words, asshole! Which is fucking laughable, that he's even asserting that the Italian dock workers putting their lives on the line to stop a genocide by any means that they have necessary, being similar to Frederick Engels, because there are unionized working class people today putting their lives on the line to stop Israel. In April 2024, a group called No Tech for Apartheid performed a sit-in at the Google offices because Google had a $1.2 billion contract with Amazon to send cloud computing services to the Israeli military. This was called Project Nimbus, and these workers weren't even aware of this military contract until 6 months prior to the strike in April, meaning Project Nimbus was in the works while the Israeli military allowed October 7 to happen, according to the New York Times. Again, these striking workers, including software engineers at YouTube, the very platform that Bad Empanada propagates his fuck-ass videos, the very workers who are trying to get their bosses to not sell military surveillance surveillance technology to Israel while they slaughter Palestinian lives? These are the people he is calling selfish imperialists. Speaking of Amazon, Chris Smalls, who is the president of the Amazon Union, was on board the flotilla that was sending food and aid across the Mediterranean Sea. His boat was abducted by the Israeli military and they were severely abused during their detainment. This happened 2 months before Bad Empanada made his own anti-union video. However, Bad Empanada made a separate video praising Greta Thunberg and her efforts on the June 2025 Gaza Freedom Flotilla. Here are a couple good pictures of Chris Smalls and Greta Thunberg. Do you notice anything? Does anyone in my audience want to take a guess as to why Bad Empanada wouldn't praise Chris Smalls, but he would give a standing praise to Greta Thunberg? I'm not gonna say it, I'll let you guys come to your own conclusions yourselves. But what I will tell you is that while Greta Thunberg was deported to Paris during her first attempt at the flotilla, even being confused as to why she was among the first to be expelled from capture, Chris Smalls went on a hunger strike and was one of the last people to be expelled from the Israeli military. Yet, Bad Empanada wants you to put a microscope on 4 AFL-CIO maritime unions for demanding that union workers be the ones to extract oil from Venezuela.
They proved my thesis, as well as you could ever imagine. Maritime labor unions call for US flag shipping requirement on Venezuelan oil imports. That's 4 of the most significant American maritime workers' unions.
Now again, I'm not saying we shouldn't hold these unions accountable. It is disgusting that unionized laborers are lacking international solidarity while Donald Trump engages in Western expansionist terrorism. However, both Chris Smalls and Greta Thunberg have faced abuse by the Israeli military for their convictions, though it seems that his admiration for activists is extremely selective and privileged in a way that is inconsistent with his beliefs. Greta Thunberg, as badass as she is practically a celebrity. This is like if Bad Empanada praised Miley Cyrus for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a cop while ignoring the revolutionary impact of a Shada Shakur. Because as we've seen with the numerous university protests across the United States and the world for that matter, trying to get their institutions to divest from Israel through the coordination of the student unions, we've witnessed students losing their ability to graduate, even having their degrees revoked from them in some cases. Some students in UCLA were violently assaulted by Zionist fuckwads with police and security looking the other way. In Columbia University, Mahmoud Khalil was detained by ICE, then freed, and now, as of making this video, has been re-arrested, with him likely going to be deported to Algeria, tragically leaving behind his wife and newborn. These are people in which Bad Empanada is mocking when he makes joking statements about how union supports imperialism. No solidarity, no raising awareness of how people's lives have been severely impacted negatively. Working class activists are just props to him. Like this video called "Israel Definitely Didn't Kill Charlie Kirk."
So in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, not sure what to think honestly, there has been a lot of very weird theories and stuff, some of which seem more sensical than others.
Yes folks, we're dealing with some skibbity toilet level brain rot. And in this video, he makes a joke about being fired from Dairy Queen.
I'm not going to comment on what I think actually happened, because I'm commenting on Charlie Kirk gets you in a lot of trouble these days. I might get fired from my job, I might get reported to Dairy Queen, where I work.
Now I know that Dairy Queen is the stop sign of Texas, but people who work at Dairy Queen are just trying to get by. What would be the alternative here? That a worker at Dairy Queen sees the damage that Charlie Kirk has caused on society and for them to remain silent? Meanwhile, how many videos have Bad Empanada made on Charlie Kirk? Okay, he's released a video called "Charlie Kirk Psychosis is Ridiculous."
I said I would not talk more about Charlie Kirk. because it legitimately should not be such a big news item.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
That's weird, because he has so many other videos talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk killed. Charlie Kirk destroys unpatriotic liberal traitor facts versus feelings. The rise of Charlie Kirk proves none of this matters. Did Israel kill Charlie Kirk? Israel definitely didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
You know, this is someone who makes videos about like pop culture, anime, bullshit like that.
Breaker you, Charlie Kirk, and Iraq war videos break my brain. I'm sure they did, buddy, and I think they broke your brain so badly that they have only fueled your obsessive personality.
Open job!
I spent a significant amount of time throughout this video stating that Bad Empanada is not a Nazi. Personally, I think that line of reasoning is incredibly lazy, as I explained earlier, because it misses the actual problems with Bad Empanada's critique of Israel and the Zionist movement. But I want to ask something to my audience that I think is far more interesting. Is Bad Empanada anti-Semitic? Let's discuss that. Anti-Semitism is an extremely complicated term because of how arguably loaded it is. In the present day, you have many Zionists and politicians making the claim that criticism of Israel in and of itself is anti-Semitic.
So number one, we measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full-time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists. We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency, podcasts, short-form video, Wikipedia, LLMs. We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
However, any keen viewer of mine is well aware that this is not the case. In my video, Do You Condemn Israel?, I argue that Israeli nationalist identity is not rooted in Semitic heritage, but rather a European one. When you begin to research the origins of prominent Zionist political figures like Ze'ev Jabotinsky and Benjamin Netanyahu, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's father, you tend to find that these are European opportunists who regularly fetishize the actions of Nazi Germany, British imperialism, and apartheid South Africa. The Hebrew that existed back in its origin was a language that was predominantly written, not spoken. Sometimes, those fortunate enough to be literate could read the Torah out loud in spoken Hebrew, but this was largely not the norm on a day-to-day basis. Most Jewish people spoke Aramaic in their daily lives, which is spoken in small communities across Iran, Iraq, and Syria, basically regular victims of Israeli and US imperialism. The Hebrew that you hear today, on the other hand, is Ivrit, a spoken rendition of Hebrew pioneered by Elijah ben Yehuda. Something to be aware of is that not only was Elijah born in Russia, but his original name was Elijah Yitzhak Perlman. So then he changed his name to Ben Yehuda to try to make his heritage sound more native to the region, much like other Zionist colonizers tend to do. So then, for Bad Empanada to be anti-Semitic, we would then need to argue that Bad Empanada takes issue with people of the Semitic language families. This is a battle in which I am not interested in fighting. Bad Empanada actually made a video fairly recently titled "This is Zionist Propaganda, The Truth About Modern Hebrew," where he makes this exact distinction that anti-Semitism being narrowed down to explicitly only subjectively mean the hatred of only Jewish people based on who is speaking the Hebrew language is unhelpful.
So let's start with what's mostly uncontroversial.
Hebrew, old school OG Hebrew, is a Northwest Semitic language related to Ugaritic and Aramaic, and more distantly to Arabic, which isn't attested until much later. By the way, Ugaritic is super dope, and we know tons about it thanks to a massive cache of documents discovered in the early 20th century. It's closely related to Hebrew, but with a dope-ass cuneiform writing system. Of course, they use that to mostly write about Baal and shit, or to ask for help because the sea peoples were laying siege again or whatever. Anyway, we've got different stages of biblical Hebrew, and the text of the Hebrew Bible is a highly structured literary language that spans 1,000 years, not to mention an exile or two, and regional variation. But it's remarkably uniform, given all that. For reference, here's English from 1,000 years ago.
So just to be clear here, he's a linguist and he knows what he's doing here, which is a sort of sleight of hand that he's going to be using throughout this video. What he's doing here is comparing a literary language, that is, a language that died out as a spoken vernacular in which was only really written, which is what Hebrew was for more than 1,000 years, and he's comparing that to Old English, which was an evolving spoken language. So people who were writing in older versions of English were writing in a way that reflected how they spoke, while people who are writing in Hebrew, say 500, 600, 700, 1,000 years after it died out as a spoken everyday vernacular, were not doing that. They were writing in a way that was simply replicating the language's literary form. It's very similar to how someone today, writing in Latin, is going to be writing in a way that more or less reflects the way that an everyday Roman might have spoke around 2,000 years ago. The language is no longer evolving in its spoken form, thus the written form is no longer evolving along with the spoken form. So this is a very intentionally dishonest comparison that is designed to make the viewer think that there is some sort of special connection between modern Hebrew and ancient Hebrew because its written literary form remained quite uniform for a very long period, to the point that speakers of modern Hebrew can indeed read ancient texts much better than what an English speaker could read an ancient English text. But if you actually know what happened and you understand the difference between spoken and written language, how they are not always the same, you know that this is actually a point against the idea that modern Hebrew is anything more than a simple modern approximation of an ancient language whose spoken form was long lost. He's aiming to create a narrative of continuity that isn't there.
Additionally, some time ago, Bad Empanada made another video called The New Anti-Semitism, the Arab Global Conspiracy. He emphasizes that historically, anti-Semitic tropes that were used against Jewish people by the Nazis are currently being employed on Arabic people in Israel and the United States.
There is a group of people who over the last few years have increasingly been painted as internal enemies who are part of a grand conspiracy to subvert the societies in which they live. Concurrent with this, another related group of people, despite quite clearly being downtrodden, materially deprived, and attacked in the worst ways possible, are being painted as somehow actually globally influential, in control of many powerful institutions and even entire countries behind the scenes, essentially playing chess with the world to mislead them. The image of them as victims, we are led to believe, is actually false. They themselves are the victimizers, and those who are attacking them are doing the rest of us a favor. We simply cannot see the full reality. We are blinded to it, because they are behind everything. The two groups of people that I'm talking about here are Muslim and Arab migrants to Western countries, and the Palestinians, primarily in Gaza, but also in general around the world. And it's becoming increasingly common to see these groups framed in the ways that Nazis framed different groups of Jews in World War II. The Muslims of Europe are being framed as they frame the Jews of Germany, and the Palestinians are being framed largely by Israel and its supporters, similarly to how the Nazis framed the Jews of Eastern Europe, who despite being largely just as poor and downtrodden as everyone else, were nonetheless framed ridiculously as co-conspirators in some sort of grand, global, anti-German conspiracy.
Bad Empanada is arguing that this is genuine evidence of anti-Semitism because not only do Israel and the United States outright attack groups of Semitic descent, but they employ the same heinous tactics used by the Nazis to vilify Jews, which led to the Holocaust.
Last month, you heard about the thing that happened at Wilshire Boulevard Temple? Our analysts investigated what happened. They said they were Koreatown for Palestine, this group of people. They weren't. We were able to ascertain they were from a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front. Turtle Island is how left-wing activists refer to the United States. We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
But herein lies the first problem. Jewish people are not explicitly European. Semitic refers to peoples from a family of languages. Jews are a religious people group, and Zionism is a political ideology based in settler colonial violence. Through imperialist propaganda, these three things are often conflated, but they are not interchangeable. These words have meaning, and we need to be mindful of that. We can split hairs all day about how Hebrew then and now are not the same in origin. We can claim that the movement that comprised of Zionism has nothing to do with Semitic peoples. We can even claim that the nation-state of Israel is an actual Nazi state in function. But one thing that we must recognize before we continue this conversation is that the Israeli identity is not synonymous with the Jewish identity. Because let's rip the band-aid off. Israel wants you to associate its nationalist image with Judaism. I mean, it's literally that nation-state's modus operandi. Its very attempt at legitimacy weighs solely on the idea that it is the Jewish state. Israel wants you to look at the thousands of years of Jewish persecution and associate that with Israel's stated purpose for genocidal conquest in the Levant region. That's why part of Israel's propaganda is all about how its critics are anti-Semitic. And in my opinion, that is a deceitful and perverted deflection, because it tricks gullible fools like Bad Empanada.
Jews say.
Yes, Bad Empanada, what are they saying? Stop funding anti-Arab Muslim hate groups. Didn't you make a video about how anti-Arab Muslim hate is the new anti-Semitism? It seems like they fucking got the message before you did. Is he like a toddler where he can only read 2 words of a fucking sign? And again, this is not about defending them. This is about Bad Empanada's hyperfixation on Jews to the point to where he misses the fundamental point in which these protesters are making. You'll notice across Bad Empanada's content that he has a rather adversarial relationship to Jewish people specifically. And frankly, as Israel's slaughter of Palestinian people continue to be enabled by the UN Security Council with US funding, the real fuckers responsible for allowing this crime against humanity to foster, Bad Empanada would rather that you take aim at Jewish Voice for Peace?
There is already a protest happening right now tonight. You're looking live inside of the Cannon House office building. So this is right across the street from the U.S. Capitol building. You can see that protesters are there in a sit-in. They're protesting Netanyahu's visit. This group is called Jewish Voices for Peace. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same group that was protesting in that exact same building, holding a sit-in this past October. It was right around the same time when the House was voting on a new speaker. That's when Mike Johnson came into office, so that was October. Hundreds of people were arrested during that protest, and you can see, top of your screen, you see Capitol Police taking out protesters one by one.
You mean the very activist group that routinely gets arrested for protesting banks on Wall Street that are funding Israel's genocide?
Jewish Voice for Peace hogs the ever-loving shit out of the spotlight. And I'm sick of it. Not just for reasons of Jewish exceptionalism, as I've talked about before, because, you know, this whole thing where we put Jews at the forefront, or they put themselves at the forefront of the pro-Palestine movement and make it all about themselves, is bad. It's not just bad because of, like, standpoint epistemology centering voices sort of thing. It's bad because it reinforces Jewish supremacy and Jewish exceptionalism by reinforcing the notion core to Zionism, to Israeli propaganda, that there's something special about Jews. When we put Jews at the forefront, we do that, and we harm the anti-Zionist movement a lot more than we assist it. It's like a band-aid thing, where you go with like the easy road, where, well, it's easy to convince people that anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism when we put Jews at the forefront, rather than doing the hard work to convince them that actually doesn't fucking matter at all what Jews think about whether it's okay to fight against Israeli colonialism.
We'll talk about Jewish exceptionalism in a bit, but right now, I want to chew on a statement that he made.
It's like a band-aid thing, where you go with like the easy road, where, well, it's easy to convince people that anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism when we put Jews at the forefront, rather than doing the hard work to convince them that actually doesn't fucking matter at all what Jews think about whether it's okay to fight against Israeli colonialism. That might be harder, but it's the correct line to uphold, and if you want to get anywhere but a Zionist outcome, that's what you have to argue for.
I would argue that it's not harder, but rather quite easy to convince people that settler colonialism is bad, even without, in his words, putting Jews at the forefront.
It's like a Band-Aid thing, where you go with like the easy road, where, well, it's easy to convince people that anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism when we put Jews at the forefront.
People are dying as a result of unchecked imperialist expansion and gentrification. But anyone with a thinking brain can piece together that these atrocities are the result of nation-states invading other countries to expropriate labor and resources, which is the most common thread in all of them. Israel's actions are defined by its settler colonial nature. How these nation-states achieve their genocidal operations varies on what is at their disposal politically. On these grounds, there is no ideology that is monolithically universal within Judaism that explicitly promotes Zionism. The reason why it might be harder for Bad Empanada to explain that Israel is bad without centering the Jews in his critique is because that's exactly what he does. In my video, Do You Condemn Israel?, I highlighted Zionist leaders who also happen to be Jewish saying the most unforgivable shit ever. This distinction is critically important because Zionism cynically weaponizes the Jewish identity in its propaganda to accelerate acceptability for Israel's slaughter in the Levant. It is true that a lot of Zionists themselves are Jewish, but Bad Empanada is forgetting that Zionism as a political ideology can exist in the minds of all religions and all nationalities.
It doesn't fucking matter at all what Jews think about whether it's okay to fight against Israeli colonialism. That might be harder, but it's the correct line to uphold, and if you want to get anywhere but a Zionist outcome, that's what you have to argue for.
From the former US President Joe Biden being a Catholic Zionist from a young age, even saying that if Israel didn't exist that they would need to make it.
There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
All the way to American evangelical Christians like John Hagee, who dick-ride Hitler while also fetishizing 2/3 of Jews dying to trigger the rapture in their diabolical mythology.
Ezekiel 38. God promises to draw Israel with a hook in your jaw in Ezekiel 38:4. The hook in the jaw is oil.
God is then going to bring all of the wicked dead from the place of hell to the great white throne judgment. They will come down to the lake of fire. God's going to renovate the earth by fire. We're going to have a new earth.
Anti-Semitism is an oxymoron. An anti-Semite is someone who's driven by hate. A Christian is someone who's driven by love. Therefore, there's no such thing as a Christian anti-Semite.
So like the average JVP protest is the exact opposite of what we need. Their entire argument is always, we are Jewish, we are Jewish, we are Jewish, we are Jewish, we are Jewish. Isn't it special that we're Jewish? Doesn't our opinion matter more because we're Jewish?
What does this remind you of?
Jews.
What does this remind you of?
Jews.
What does this remind you of?
Jews.
You are obsessed with
Jews.
Hey, you're the one showing me all the
But even apart from that, Jewish Voice for Peace is just a bad organization. It's just not good. I touched on this in my Substack article, but I didn't go into it in depth regarding Jewish Voice for Peace and the things that are bad about it. Like, Jewish Voice for Peace is like a hug box for liberal Zionists. And I say that knowing that, yes, there are some anti-Zionists among them. The organization, even itself, declared itself anti-Zionist officially, though it took them until 2019 to do so after 20 years of existence. It took this organization catering to Jewish people on Israel 20 years to finally officially declare themselves as anti-Zionist. So it's obviously not actually anti-Zionist, even if it is self-declared anti-Zionist, because you don't go 20 years as a liberal Zionist and then suddenly become anti-Zionist unequivocally.
Now, this is a reasonable critique of Jewish Voice for Peace, and it's worth examining why the organization took until 2019 to adopt a principally anti-Zionist position. I'm not denying that. However, when Bad Empanada critiques Jewish Voice for Peace's approach on Zionism, this is what he has to say.
They have this page on their website, Our Approach to Zionism. We know that opposing Zionism or even discussing it can be painful, can strike at the deepest trauma and greatest fears of many of us. Zionism is a 19th century political ideology that emerged in a moment where Jews were defined as irrevocably outside of a Christian Europe. European anti-Semitism threatened and ended millions of Jewish lives in pogroms, in exile, and in Holocaust. These guys can't just call a spade because ultimately they are in this for themselves, They are in this because it makes them feel good, and they are really in this to hijack a movement and make it about themselves.
This is unbelievably lazy analysis. The Jewish community, not just Jewish Voice for Peace, is competing with a broader politically Zionist narrative that Israel is the Jewish state and that it was founded on the unique principles of protecting Jews from anti-Semitism. This is the argumentation used by Zionist propagandists. Surely, Bad Empanada can't be so stupid as to fall for Zionist propaganda, right? This is Enoch Wilf, a Zionist who is a former Knesset member. She is someone that I would call a quintessential Zionist liberal, because her politics surrounding Zionism's political project, the Israeli nation-state, is more on the diplomatic side of things, and that's using the term loosely, given that Zionism is a fascist ideology, as we've gone over in my video, Do You Condemn Israel? In this clip, she frames the colonial project as a dispute rather than a conquest.
And I watch all that unfold. I lived through the euphoria. I lived through this butchery of the misnamed Second Intifada, although it was certainly not a popular uprising. And I begin to ask a very simple question. What do the Palestinians want? And during that time, I meet Palestinians. I do the research that becomes the book, The War of Return. And I realize that, to their credit, they've always told us what they wanted. It's just that we either didn't listen, or when we listened, it sounded so preposterous, especially against this end of history, that we just assumed that it's a bargaining chip, it's a negotiating tactic. They're not serious. And lo and behold, they were serious. It sounded so preposterous.
Once again, referring to my Do You Condemn Israel video, the IDF as we know it today was formed by various militia groups such as Irgun, Lehi, Palmach, and Haganah. Creating a nation-state like Israel, it requires a military force in order to sustain coercion and power in a settlement such as the one that the Yishuv were organizing. Keep that in mind when you hear Bad Empanada talk about the necessity of maintaining state power. But okay, you can argue that the Yishuv also centered Jewish settlers in their political goals. But building the nation-state of Israel was explicitly a Zionist cause, not a Jewish one.
Ernst Bevin, the British foreign minister after World War II, he was not a friend to the Jewish people, certainly not to those who wanted sovereignty, but he speaks and listens to the sides, and he needs to explain why Britain failed to carry out the mandate that it was charged with by the League of Nations, unanimously, by the way, to help the Jews achieve sovereignty. So he says the Jews want to establish sovereign Jewish state.
To fully appreciate Wilf's claim, you need to understand that Bevin was not ideologically a Zionist. His position reflected Britain's inability to enforce control against the Yishuv militias already forming the Israeli nation-state. Wilf falsely attributes British weakness to Zionism's core settler colonial ideology, conflating the British identity being injured with the whole of Zionist ideology.
So he says the Jews want to establish sovereign Jewish state.
Both Bad Empanada and Enoch Wilf are in different ways centering Jewish identity in ways that serve their own narrative, either around or outright favoring Israel's legitimacy. Bad Empanada believes that Jewish Voice for Peace exists solely to center themselves as Jewish people in the fight against Israel, while I Not Wilf emphasizes that culturally appropriating the Jewish identity is the foundation of what she calls the Jewish state.
This whole thing where we put Jews at the forefront, or they put themselves at the forefront of the pro-Palestine movement and make it all about themselves.
The Jews want to establish sovereign Jewish state. Great.
But see, these points are materialist ones. It directly observes the class that these people are in and understands its political outcome, while also recognizing that Zionist actors cynically weaponize the Jewish identity as a defense mechanism for their nationalist legitimacy. It is not hard to explain why Israel is bad without centering the Jews. My argument up until now has been me explaining why Zionism, even liberal Zionism in particular, is a characteristically settler-colonial political ideology. This is because Jewish people all over the world share diverse opinions, cultural backgrounds, and class positions. Judaism is not holistically an Israeli national identity. I can absolutely get behind questioning why it took 20 years for Jewish Voice for Peace to become anti-Zionist, but what I can't get behind is misrepresenting what they believe.
Through study and action, through deep relationship with Palestinians fighting for their own liberation, and through our own understanding of Jewish safety and self-determination, we have come to see that Zionism was a false and failed answer to the desperately real question many of our ancestors faced of how to protect Jewish lives from murderous anti-Semitism in Europe. So let me get this straight. If Zionism did do what you call protecting Jewish lives and provide Jewish safety and self-determination, you would be for it? That's interesting. Is that how you decide whether you're for or against something?
No. You missed the point, buddy. When they're saying Zionism was false and failed to answer the desperately real question their ancestors faced, they're referring to a responsibility which they recognize historically and why that matters to them now. Many activists, when approached by Zionists, will be asked, why do Palestinian lives even matter to them?
That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. How did you hold that flag?
This is because the actions of the Zionist people, they are responsible.
What are you talking about? That's where ancestors.
We lived in a beautiful place.
What flag is that?
If you're queer and transgender, the question is also asked because of this mythologized perceived queerphobia that the Palestinian people have been stigmatized by in Zionist propaganda, not even beginning to mention that queerphobia has infested US and Israeli society.
I wish I just could be there with you.
You can come to Gaza anytime and we will throw you from the roof, you homosexual dirt.
The response we usually give is because it is our moral responsibility to act, especially in the eyes of history. Do we continue to uphold the system that oppresses everyone, or do we fucking do something about it? Many people are cowards and will just say words that make powerful people happy. But actually doing something, like collectively refusing to load and unload cargo for Israel, is better than signing off on the atrocity in cowardice. But instead, Bad Empanada says that in order to avoid a Zionist outcome, you have to dismiss what Jews think about fighting colonialism.
Where you go with like the easy road, where, well, it's easy to convince people that anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism when we put Jews at the forefront, rather than doing the hard work to convince them that it actually doesn't fucking matter at all what Jews think about whether it's okay to fight against Israeli colonialism. And if you want to get anywhere but a Zionist outcome, that's what you have to argue for.
This is because, in his view, most Jews are Zionists.
It's not surprising that Jewish Voice for Peace is like this, because it's an organization that is by and for Jews. Most Jews are Zionists, okay? And even those who claim to be anti-Zionists are often still Zionists.
So where did he stumble upon this conclusion? In this video titled Shocking Muslim Support for Extremism, no, this is not about Muslim extremism. Instead, he reads off statistics from the Jewish Policy Research and Pew Research, playing this really dumb joke that the majority of Muslims support ISIS extremism, but pulls a bait and switch, replacing Muslims with Jews and ISIS with Israel.
So there's been some worrying statistics that have come out recently regarding support among Muslims in the West for ISIS ideology. Incredibly worrying, that we should all be extremely concerned about. So in Britain, 65% of Muslims have openly declared themselves as ISIS sympathizers. 77% feel an attachment to the Islamic State. 88% regard establishing the Islamic Caliphate as essential to the Islamic religion. That's incredibly worrying, isn't it? 1/4 of Muslims in the US have openly acknowledged that they have either lived in the Islamic State or been there more than once. 8 in 10 American Muslims say that caring about the Islamic State is an important or essential part of what being Muslim means to them. 89% of Muslim Americans say that ISIS's reason for fighting the West and for fighting the non-believers are valid. 89%! That's a very high number, isn't it? 74% of them believe that ISIS should be provided with more international military aid. Now, that would be very concerning if any of it was true, right? It would be fucking terrifying if any of that was true. Luckily, it's not true. Muslim support for ISIS has always been minuscule, and ISIS was fought against and largely defeated, though it is still around in some form, by Muslims themselves. Of course, there were Christians there as well. Clearly, I'm talking about Jews in the West, right? Because Jews in Israel itself are even more overtly Zionist and genocidal than Jews in the West are. The first statistic that I gave you regarding UK opinion, 65% identify as Zionists, the Jewish equivalent of being an ISIS supporter. 77% feel attached to Israel, the Jewish equivalent of the Islamic State. 89% support Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas, the euphemism that they like to use for the genocide in Gaza. 74% support American military aid to Israel. 8 in 10 think that caring about Israel is an important or essential part of what being Jewish means to them. Now, I want you to think about something here. If you thought that was shocking when I was saying it about Muslims and ISIS, then it should be equally as shocking when I say it about Jewish people.
Claiming that the majority of Jews support Israel. However, he is doing a very surface level reading of both of these statistics. The Jewish Policy Research surveyed 4,641 British Jews in this particular article. However, in a different JPR article titled How Many Jews Live in the United Kingdom, Jewish Policy Research conclude that the United Kingdom has a Jewish population of 313,000. That means Jewish Policy Research only managed to capture the consensus of less than 2% of the Jewish population. Not to mention that JPR is a British organization whose sample size is specifically British Jews, hardly capturing the totality of the Jewish consensus. The gap in the Pew Research statistic is even worse. Pew Research surveyed a measly 1,941 Jews out of a US population of 7 million. This survey shows the opinions of only 0.03% of Jewish Americans. So both of these statistics, even if they did manage to get like a sufficient number of Jewish Americans and blokes, would still not be representing the majority of the broader Jewish consensus of Israel because they do not represent Jews on a global level. they represent not only the very limited sample size of Jews in the United Kingdom and the United States, but also a limited sample size among the limited sample size in and of itself. Yet Bad Empanada goes on a rant about how these are our neighbors within 5 miles of our home.
If you're in a city in a Western country, a major city in a Western country, you're probably always within 5 blocks of someone who's been in the IDF. That's just normal, you know? If you would be terrified if you live near an ISIS member, you should be equally terrified that you live near a Jewish ISIS member.
In my opinion, the only part where he is correct about this is where he asserts that Israel is a terrorist state by comparing Israel to ISIS. I fundamentally agree with that point. But see, I agree with that point because Israel is just a terrorist state.
Not to mention that, you know, ISIS has curiously never attacked Israel. Wonder why that is.
I can understand how Zionist viewpoints are more represented in a given survey, but especially for two surveys that are doubly underrepresentative of the claims that most Jews are Zionists or support Israel, it is extremely alarming listening to Bad Empanada influence his audience to be suspicious of your Jewish neighbor.
And you should be fucking terrified about that. Like, you should be alarmed that people who support Israel are just in your community. You interact with them every day, you know? You could have a neighbor who's been in the IDF.
Yet, for someone who made a video literally titled How to Research History, a Guide to Doing It Properly, he has demonstrated that he is capable of doing the most surface level reading of his sources. No human is perfect, but when the crux of your argument are absolutist claims, you need to provide stronger evidence than measly 2% of Jews in a given country. You might have noticed throughout this video that at no point did I ever make the claim that Jews are an exceptional, particularly special kind of demographic of people that should be regarded explicitly on exceptionalist terms. Never did I argue that the Holocaust was a unique set of circumstances. Never did I argue that we need to listen to Jews more than any other people group. And although, yes, I am allowing Jewish perspective into this video occasionally, it is mostly for demonstrative purposes. What Bad Empanada wants you to do is to think that Jews put themselves at the center of the anti-Israel and anti-Zionist position. And throughout this video, I have repeatedly, time and again, stated that the reason why we should oppose Israel and Zionism is because of the fact that it is a settler colonial nation state and a settler colonial ideology that explicitly has an exterminationist outcome. At no point did I ever say that we need to listen to the Jews and get their permission to fight Israel. We still need to fight Israel, of course. That's just a fact. But the problem is that Bad Empanada is trying to make that particular hypothetical a reality. So you have to kind of make a straw man and essentially make this really stupid video that I just went over to try to make the claim that the majority of Jews are pro-Israel, that they hate Palestinians, that they want to murder people. Because it actually does serve the Israeli propaganda machine when he makes these dubious claims. Israel can just turn around and say, yep, this is exactly why we're fighting to maintain the state apparatus for the homeland of the Jews. We have to protect the Jews. They're maintaining a state apparatus. They're setting a precedent that genocide is acceptable in some cases. Yet Bad Empanada is too nearsighted to understand that. My issue with Bad Empanada is not necessarily that he's attacking Jews. That too. My issue with Bad Empanada is that he is helping Israel. Because sometimes Bad Empanada will just produce a video claiming that the rise in anti-Semitism doesn't exist.
You might have heard that there is a global anti-Semitism crisis, or a global surge in anti-Semitism. Such assertions are all over the mainstream media, and are being repeated by pretty much everyone as if this is just uncontroversial fact. This just so happens to be occurring concurrently with Israel massacring people in Gaza in droves.
In this video titled, "There is no anti-Semitism crisis, how Zionists construct a moral panic," he highlights various sources that claim to be authoritative organizations that are trustworthy of reporting on anti-Semitic hate crime data for the average public. To his credit, Bad Empanada does an excellent job here of gathering a comprehensive list of sources. All of his criticisms of these sources are varied, ranging from their connection to Israel or Zionism, how they conflate statistics disproportionately using criticism of Israel, and how these organizations weaponize the Jewish identity to accelerate social acceptance in Israel. So far, this video sounds kinda rad, right? It's very aware of the structures at play, it addresses Zionism head-on, and exercises a thorough amount of investigation into each source in which he discusses.
They asked each person who was polled a series of 12 questions, and those who affirmed 4 or more of them were considered to be anti-Semitic. These questions begin, innocently enough, by asking people things like whether they trust Jews as much as they do other people in business, something that only 5% of respondents said they do not, and whether they are as open to having Jewish friends as they are friends of any other group, which only 3% of respondents said they would not be. In fact, in all of these questions, which ask people about actual anti-Semitic views that they may hold, the answers are overwhelmingly not anti-Semitic at all. So then, where exactly do they get the 1 in 5 number from? Well, it's from the other batch of 6 questions, all of which are about negative views on Israel. For example, 25% said that they would not be comfortable associating with people who openly support Israel.
However, as informative as this is, we need to be mindful of the first part of what he titled the video. There is no anti-Semitism crisis. Throughout the video, he is attempting to debunk the claim that there is a rise in anti-Semitism through the means of choosing the most prominently Zionist-aligned sources. That's all well and good, but he has failed to properly prove his thesis. Just because you have proved that the available sources have an invested interest in Israel, and this is the important part, it does not on its own prove that there is no anti-Semitism crisis. He is laying down the thesis, being that there is no anti-Semitism crisis, but addressing qualitatively an entirely different claim without providing substantive evidence for his thesis claim. The burden of proof is on him now to prove that there is no anti-Semitism crisis. The argument that he makes regarding these sources can be easily attributed to how private sources and the FBI gather hate crime statistics as a whole. Gathering this kind of data has built-in limitations within the methodologies in the first place, as we've gone over in the previous claim that he made about Jews supporting Israel. There's another problem with this video that I'm not sure Bad Empanada has really put any thought into. What he's saying about these organizations is true, that their goal is to conflate anti-Zionist critique of Israel with anti-Semitism. This is deceitful Zionist propaganda that expects the average Joe to be unaware of the difference between criticizing a nation state for its genocidal control of a region versus harboring genuine hatred or even passive hatred of Jewish people. So he is correct to point this out, but Bad Empanada is buying into Zionist narrative when criticizing these organizations in the very specific way that he is, because he's refusing to identify that their function is that of the Zionist cause. And to make matters worse, this conflation between Zionism and Judaism, along with Israel's propaganda that criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, makes onlookers of Bad Empanada's channel here that are otherwise politically uneducated, that see the genocide here, start to take that conflation to heart and associate Jewish people with the genocide. And thus, they'll begin to slide down a slippery slope of a tragic systemic injustice from a detrimentally anti-materialist analysis, missing the actual point of why Zionism is fucking evil. And then it makes the real ongoing hatred of Jewish people worse while failing to principally dismantle Israel in its genocidal function.
מה אתיופית צריך לעשות? לצאת מהארץ שלנו.
כאשר שוטר פוגש חשוד, מטבע הדברים, המוח שלו חושד בו יותר מאשר הוא היה חושד בו אילו הוא היה מישהו אחר. זה טבעי.
It doesn't matter who your enemy is, you need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
אישה מבוגרת, תעזבו אותה!
Let's apply our critical thinking skills. Where do you think the Israelis got these genocidal, racist beliefs from? Some might argue that it is Judaism, because Judaism is a hierarchical religious system. But that in and of itself is a byproduct of Abrahamic religious systems, hardly unique to Judaism. Rather, it is because Israelis are from Europe. It should be no surprise that people who came from Switzerland, Poland, Russia, Germany, all hold some semblance of influence of settler colonialism and genocide. Given that all three of those attributes are hallmark to European culture, it is no surprise that Israelis are bloodthirsty. Even if we're going to give credence to the idea that Western working class people are of a labor aristocracy, the defining quality of Israeli culture is that it is a settler colonial culture. None of the violent and evil people that I had just shown on screen a minute ago seem to give two shits about what it means to be Jewish in Israel. Instead, they're more concerned about allowing rape in a concentration camp. They are as European fucking people get. And to miss this fundamental point and attribute all of this evil towards Judaism, Bad Empanada, by taking this position, is feeding into that propaganda. To see what I mean, let's talk about a term that he uses quite often, Jewish exceptionalism.
There's an implication at play here that there is something special about Jews, something that makes it pertinent that their victimhood be mentioned even in situations like that of the Gaza genocide, where Jews are, in fact, pretty much the furthest things they could ever possibly be from the victims. This is an example of Jewish exceptionalism, which is one of the core underpinnings of modern pro-Israel propaganda.
Here is his definition of the term. The idea pervasive in the West that Jewish people are practically innately oppressed, and that this makes Israel a unique exception from the usual standards of what is considered socially acceptable. The first problem that I have with this is that it sets up Jewishness for being a qualifier of settler colonialism itself. Not too far into the distant past, American settler colonialism was painted in the exact same light, socially acceptable colonial violence, with Christianity as the qualifier. Slave owners regularly distorted the teachings of the Bible to prevent slaves from questioning their masters, yet I seldom hear Bad Empanada dig deep into the Seven Mountain Mandate, New Apostolic Reformation, the Christian Identity Movement, Ziklag, and the Fellowship, which includes all of the various American Zionists. Oh yeah, Christianity has a fucking Zionist problem too, one that Bad Empanada doesn't seem to meaningfully investigate ever. I wonder why.
As in the context of Israel, Jews are the dominant group. Israel is a country run by and for them at the expense of Palestinians.
For him to say that Jews consider themselves unique in the context of settler colonialism in the big picture is rather silly, because Zionists have been taking after the inspiration of US colonialism, Germany's Nazism, and South Africa's apartheid. There's nothing uniquely Jewish about Israel other than its weaponization of that religion's identity in its propaganda. However, that's the nuanced point here. Israel is weaponizing the Jewish identity. Israel does this in the very function in which Bad Empanada is describing. The problem here is that he is directing that criticism of Israel onto the broader Jewish community. He spent this entire There Is No Anti-Semitism Crisis video criticizing various institutions and Zionist so-called scholars, but he never reaches into the claim that is in the thesis, that there is absolutely no anti-Semitism crisis. And that's because he can't make that claim.
I think I'm finally beginning to understand why it is harder for him to criticize Israeli colonialism without centering the Jews in his critique.
That might be harder, but it's the correct line to uphold, and if you want to get anywhere but a Zionist outcome.
Remember the video we talked about earlier where Bad Empanada talked about the Arab global conspiracy and how Israeli and US propaganda are targeting Muslims in the same way as the Nazis would with Jews during the Holocaust? Well, in that video, he rightfully calls that anti-Semitism because it is propaganda that is specifically targeting people from Semitic language families. But in this video, he calls it there is no anti-Semitism crisis. That is so contradictory because we could argue then that the Palestinian genocide in and of itself is an anti-Semitism crisis. It is specifically going after people of the language family group. And I know that he's like talking about BreadTubers and he's talking about white Jewish people and Jews from Israel and Jews from like Eastern Europe and white Jews from America. I know that that's the point of his critique here. I'm not going to play dumb. But to make the dubious claim that there is no anti-Semitism crisis is absolutely self-defeating.
Did you know that he has a Substack account? Yeah, he made one of those. In this article, he reinstates a lot of the same points which we already addressed earlier, but what he does differently is that he uses an example of what he calls Jewish exceptionalism that was elaborated on by a Palestinian writer named Muhammad El-Kurd. In his quote of Muhammad, Bad Empanada highlights that these Jewish settlers are expecting Palestinians to adhere to the sensibilities of their oppressors over their own struggles. However, when examining the article in which he cites, the entire article provides an additional layer of context in which he is unable to recognize. The bureaucrat issuing and sometimes revoking our blue ID cards was a Jew, and I especially despised him because a stroke of his pen stood between my father and my father's great-great-grandfather's city. As for the soldiers that were frisking us to check for those IDs, some of them were Druze, some Muslim, some of them Jewish, all of them, according to my grandmother, were godless bastards. And that's the point. The function of the nation-state of Israel is apartheid. We are using class analysis here. It's about keeping families separated, controlling the population, and erasing a culture. Muhammad continues, those who administered the rifles and handcuffs, those who wrote the meticulous and murderous urban plans were, you guessed it, there was no secret. We lived under the rule of the self-proclaimed Jewish state. Israeli politicians have exhausted this line, and their international peers nodded along. The army declared itself a Jewish army, and marched under what it has called a Jewish flag. Jerusalem city councilmen boasted taking house after house, because the Bible says that this country belongs to the Jewish people, and the set members sang similar tunes. These legislators weren't fringe or far-right. The Israeli nation-state law explicitly enshrines Jewish settlement as a national value to encourage and promote. There is a major difference between a Palestinian who is experiencing being on the receiving end of classist state violence at every level versus Bad Empanada evangelizing that Jews think they're special.
Mohammed, before we talk about your title, Perfect Victims, I just want to ask about your background, because we repeatedly interviewed you here and when you were in Sheikh Jarrah, and for people to understand that neighborhood and what happened there, and the people involved being the leaders of Israel today, talk about the occupation of Sheikh Jarrah, what happened in your own home.
Yeah, I mean, the story of our home is as unique and absurd as it is common. This is a neighborhood where tax-exempt charities registered in the United States, settler organizations, Jewish American organizations will come and claim our homes by divine decree, and they will exploit an already asymmetrical judiciary that is built by settlers for settlers to say your homes are ours and we have the right to kick you out of them. And so I, like many Palestinians, grew up with quite literally an American settler in my house. And it's
wait a second. Now you're 25 right now.
26. Yeah.
26.
Yeah.
When was your home? Were you forced to share it with someone who wasn't in your family?
It was about 2009. 2009, I came home from school and half of our house was gone. There was a settler inside it, a settler from Long Island. And right across the street from us, our neighbors, the Ghawi family and the Hannoun family, had lost the entirety of their home to settler organizations. And across the years, these settler organizations have gotten more and more funding. And like you said, their accomplices and people who work for them and people who lead these organizations have found their way increasingly to the government. But this is indicative of a larger...
They set up offices in Sheikh Jarrah.
Yeah, they set up offices in Sheikh Jarrah. They kind of use our homes as the home basis to build their electability, their popularity, because the Israeli public is really eager to see this kind of desperation, to see this kind of brutality, and it invokes a sense of safety in the Israeli public to see their politicians literally in the backyards of Palestinians saying, "We will take these homes, we will Jewidize them, we will colonize them."
So let me make sure I get this straight. Bad Empanada took an actual story of a real victim of Israeli settler colonialism, and he tried to spin it in such a way to where he could micro-focus on Jews. Notice in the clip that I just showed that Mohammed El-Kurd's story, it centers around the factor of settler colonialism. His house being taken over by a settler, an American settler, mind you. Yet in the article in which Bad Empanada is referring to, where Mohammed El-Kurd specifically talks about Jews portraying themselves as victims, that is Zionist propaganda. That is explicitly a byproduct of the Zionist settler colonial project. Bad Empanada is so focused on the Jews, he misses the point.
I don't fault Mohammed for his exhaustion of semantics in light of his own and family's suffering, because he's talking about his own experiences that are the consequences of Zionist propaganda. Bad Empanada, on the other hand, has his target on all Jews at a global level, not just settlers or supporters of Israel, but even anti-Zionist Jews themselves. In his video, Dear Anti-Zionist Jews, he opens with repeating his usual talking point about how Jews feel like they're special.
I want to make a clip here, just a clip for so-called anti-Zionist Jews, because sadly, a lot of anti-Zionist Jews get like hurty feelings and talk about how, guys, I'm really not comfortable with this anti-Semitism in our movement and stuff. Just sadly something that a lot of them do a lot. A lot of them tend to focus very much on themselves. A lot of them tend to seem to be in the movement, more so because it's like a rebellion against their own community. I mean, it makes them feel rebellious and special. And especially because they're given special treatment among the movement just for being Jewish for some reason. We'll talk about that more in a second. So they're not so much in it because they want to free the Palestinian people. They're a lot of the time in it as like this bizarre, like special identity thing. It makes them feel fuzzy inside. It makes them feel different.
Later on into the video, not only does he not provide examples besides a single satire comic by another anti-Zionist Jew, but he also cites his own video as evidence that anti-Semitism is the same as anti-white racism.
It's just anti-Jewish racism, which is not that specifically concerning right now.
Did that just send you into a fight or flight response? Yeah, I bet it did.
A lot of you believe there's a massive rise in anti-Semitism. Why? Because you see like people like saying slurs on Twitter or something. So, you guys need a reality check here. I have a video about how the anti-Semitism crisis is bullshit. There's no data backing it up. It's simply not that big of a deal. Anti-Semitism does exist, obviously, but so does anti-white racism. There's some people who legitimately hate whites and want to kill them.
I've been a lot of things before, but I've never been a giant cracker.
Anti-white racism is not a thing to begin with, and he's trying to rhetorically downplay anti-Jewish hatred by conflating Jews with whites. He then pulls up the financial statements of Jewish Voice for Peace in 2022 and 2023, comparing their earnings between prior to the genocide in Gaza and the beginning of the genocide in Gaza.
Let me show you a great example of this. Jewish Voice for Peace, this supposedly anti-Zionist NGO. The Gaza genocide is the best thing that has ever happened to them because they have put themselves at the head of the movement. They take all the visibility, they take all the attention, they eat up a ton of the resources, of the donations, and do they ever profit from it? In 2022, Jewish Voice for Peace had $4.1 million in total assets. By the end of 2023, the first year of the Gaza genocide, they had $10 million in total assets. Donations to them went up from $3 million to $11 million in just 1 year. The 39 employees of Jewish Voice for Peace get paid from this money.
This is completely misrepresenting what he's even showing on screen. If we divide 10 million by 39 employees, then is he implying that these 39 employees make roughly $26,000? Not to mention, the form shows what they do with their activism: education, community initiative, outreach, and nonpartisan advocacy addressing human rights concerns related to Palestine.
Demonstrators were part of a group calling itself Jewish Voice for Peace. The spokesman for the group said they oppose Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory.
In my opinion, Jewish Voice for Peace is a pacifist organization. I am an anarchist, and I don't find pacifist ideology to be legitimate. But for Bad Empanada to imply that Jewish Voice for Peace is making bank off of the suffering of Palestinians, let alone putting Jews at the forefront of the resistance, is extremely perverse.
It's not surprising that Jewish Voice for Peace is like this, because it's an organization that is by and for Jews. Most Jews are Zionists, okay? And even those who claim to be anti-Zionists are often still Zionists.
So there you have it. He just admitted that if you're Jewish, you're automatically a Zionist. He does not care if you're a Jewish person of color. He does not care if you're a Palestinian Jew. He believes that most Jews are Zionists, and that if you're not a Zionist Jew, then you are just a Zionist Jew anyway by default. I want to be clear. I'm not claiming that I have evidence that Bad Empanada is literally coordinated with the Israeli institutions or some kind of secret project. I don't have evidence for such a claim, and I am definitively not claiming that in this video. What I am saying is that whether intentionally or not, Bad Empanada's works in his videos function in a way that serve Israeli and US imperialist interests. If I were a strategist trying to protect Israel's image in an environment where more and more people across the political spectrum are questioning Israeli propaganda, I wouldn't only rely on obvious pro-Israel advocates. I would also benefit from figures who present themselves as uncompromising anti-Zionists, but whose rhetoric alienates potential allies, personalizes systemic issues, and redirects anger inward towards other leftists. If I were that kind of strategist, I would find that particular sabotaging internet personality to be my greatest and most effective weapon, because that dynamic fractures opposition. It redirects scrutiny away from the state power that is slaughtering innocent people and consolidating control through coercion and violence, and towards internal ideological purges. I'm not claiming that he's coordinating with Israel. Rather, I am pointing out the function in his role online. And functionally, his framing often produces outcomes that weaken broader anti-imperialist coalitions rather than strengthening them. Now, to be fair, his criticisms aren't all based on the Jewish community broadly. He does criticize institutions and state actors, as we talked about earlier. However, he will find a way to center Jewish people in that dynamic anyway. In his video, Holocaust Education is for Israel, Bad Empanada goes around pointing out various institutions and Zionist so-called scholars who are responsible for teaching the Holocaust, that many of them claim that comparing the Holocaust to the Gaza genocide is morally wrong and inaccurate.
The common explanation holds that all of this is because the Holocaust is important as a universalist warning of what humans are capable of doing to each other that could happen again if we aren't vigilant about preventing it. A sentiment embodied in the well-known slogan, "Never Again." But this idea of the purpose of Holocaust education doesn't really hold up when you examine the way that the institutions that are dedicated to promoting Holocaust remembrance and education actually operate. The United States Holocaust Museum, for example, released a statement scolding an American politician for comparing children hiding from immigration agents seeking to deport them with the Holocaust victim Anne Frank, who famously hid from Nazis trying to find her and her family in an attic, putting their hat into the ring of contemporary political debate in the process. And they did not even try to argue that position here based on the facts. Rather, it's just asserted that it's by default never acceptable and defensive to compare one child who hid from armed men hunting her and her family to another child hiding from armed men hunting them and their family. Because Anne Frank was hunted because she was Jewish. And that apparently makes it super different and special, to the point that nothing should ever be compared to that pretty much. So how dare you even think of drawing such a historical parallel to circumstances that are clearly quite comparable, even if they aren't literally exactly the same, in a way that it would be considered completely normal and acceptable to do regarding any other historical event.
I agree with him on this point. Unlike the past, not only is the Gaza genocide being live streamed in 4K, but that this genocide has political immunity within the United Nations Security Council. The Holocaust, as horrible as it was, should be a reminder that these kinds of atrocities should never happen again. And Bad Empanada is right to call out these institutions for monopolizing educational spaces centering around genocide.
Many of the world's most prominent Jewish organizations and institutions also spent many decades lobbying alongside the Israeli state against broader recognition of the Armenian genocide, on the basis that this, by comparison, would hurt the relative prestige of the Holocaust. And in one recent, very illustrative example, staff of the Los Angeles Holocaust Museum published an image on its social media pages, saying that never again can't only mean never again for Jews, a clear endorsement of the universalist interpretation. But this resulted in massive backlash from other Holocaust education institutions and the Jewish community, so the museum took this post down and issued a public apology. They were disciplined by the broader Holocaust education industry into upholding the line that actually never again is only for Jews.
While he does criticize institutions and state actors, his framing repeatedly foregrounds Jewish identity in a way that blurs the distinction between Jewish communities and the geopolitical structures of Israel and the US empire. I counted that in the transcript of this video, he talked about Jewish people a total of 46 times. The number of times he mentions Zionism is 4 times total, yet he is clearly a byproduct of the various institutions who support Israel for their own political purposes. He rhetorically foregrounds Jewish identity in a way that is politically careless even on the grounds of anti-imperialism. What does Bad Empanada say about the various evangelical churches who regularly donate to Israel and their super PACs? Are they also anti-Zionist Jews as well? If Holocaust institutional exceptionalism serves Israel, then the analysis must account for the non-Jewish actors who materially sustain Israel, especially US state power and evangelical political machines. And the entire point of my video here is to illustrate that Bad Empanada is out of touch with the very topics in which he discusses. He exhibits a plethora of analytical shortcomings even when he takes the time to do research, and ultimately, one with a semblance of critical thinking can begin to question his own principles on the very thing in which he talks about. Is his goal really to abolish Israel, the US empire, and all of the imperialist nation states that routinely colonize and plunder the world over to a capitalist fucking hellscape that we are continually suffocating in? Bad Empanada will likely say yes, that is his goal. But I'm not so sure.
From the President of the United States. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country.
So last week, I was just gone about my business, doing a nice stream, having fun, talking about the Trump assassination, which waited until the end of my stream to almost get assassinated, which wasn't very nice of him. And then I end my stream and Biden drops out. So now we have Kamala Harris, who is doing like a Hillary Clinton sort of branding. Pokemon go to the polls, except 2024. It's absolutely horrible. Generally the worst thing I've ever seen. And quite honestly, if you get Donald Trump, perhaps you deserve him. Perhaps the downfall, the suffering, the destruction that he will cause to your country is precisely what you deserve and precisely what the rest of the world needs.
The United Nations investigation team says Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. The UN investigators also warned Israel's allies they must act to stop the killing or risk being complicit.
We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly.
U.S. President Donald Trump announced Sunday that he had lifted the partial arms embargo on Israel put in place by the Biden administration for a shipment of 2,000-pound bombs.
I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon.
But Trump supports all these other bad things. Good, maybe you deserve the bad thing. Maybe you deserve the bad thing.
And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East.
Give him a pardon. Give him a pardon. Give him a pardon.
Generally the worst thing I've ever seen.
Up until now, we have been engaging with Bad Empanada's political analysis of labor organizing, anti-imperialism, and its obsession with Jews for some reason.
There's a common argument that certain people make that Israel isn't Jewish supremacist, it's actually white supremacist.
I think these things really limit his capability to really hit Western forces like the US and Israel where it actually hurts. However, what we're about to dive into is a long series of moments that really got me to question whether or not he is a principled socialist to begin with. This is the final boss of his most outlandish takes.
Oh my God!
The first instance of me questioning Bad Empanada's intent was when he released a video titled "Biden Drops Out, I Endorse Trump for President 2024. I was on the bus coming home from work at Dollar Tree when all of a sudden, as I am peering through my phone, I saw this blood-red thumbnail. That can't be right, I said. He's a well-established socialist figure on the internet. Maybe he has a very innovative take that I hadn't previously considered. Maybe he is joking, after all. He is known to joke. But as I began to watch the video itself, it became apparent that he was indeed not joking. The video consists of him making the claim that if either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump won the 2024 US presidential election, then Gaza is going to suffer anyway. So as a result, he ended up supporting Donald Trump because he wants leftists in Western countries to suffer.
So as far as I'm concerned, they're both the exact same. You get Trump? Honestly, fuck yeah. Trump's going to ruin your country on the international stage. It's going to be fucking awesome. The second there is anything resembling like a global revolution or like a globe-spanning conflict, the average like watermelon username, I swear I support Palestine, yet I somehow cannot vote against Palestinian genocide liberal, is going to voluntarily sign up for the military and go and shoot brown people firsthand. Can't trust them. Maybe a bit of Trump is what they need over there. Maybe a bit of Trump is what they deserve. Maybe a bit of Trump is what the rest of us need. Because Trump will be a disaster. Not just for you, but for your country's power in the world, for your country's prestige in the world. And you know what? I'm all here for it. I'm here for it.
As I rode the bus home, I began to reflect on what I had just watched on my phone. Time to use my critical thinking noodle, I said. Because Western people, let alone leftists, are not the only people that are going to be impacted by Donald Trump's presidential victory. Obviously later that year, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris either, as I made an hour-long video essay explaining why. On principle, I agree with Bad Empanada that Kamala Harris, while trying to appear to be more progressive than Donald Trump in terms of aesthetics, never made any meaningful effort to reach out to her constituents on what they thought about her participation in the Gaza genocide. Given that she is a member of the ruling class, this is by design of the Democratic Party as a whole, because the entire party still serves imperialism and by extension, Israel's genocide in Gaza. But what I could not get behind was the endorsement of Donald Trump of all things. If he's gonna make the case that a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for imperialism and genocide, then he must be aware that a vote for Donald Trump is also a vote for imperialism and genocide, right? Both of these things are true at the same time.
I've never seen anything more indicative of the fact that any change in the world will happen fighting against Americans than with Americans.
And I thought, there's no way he's that dumb, right? Many undocumented immigrants are going to be targeted, Israel is going to continue with ethnic cleansing, Trump is going to terrorize Latin America. Obviously, Kamala Harris would do all of these things but much quieter, but an endorsement for the plutocratic scumbag like Donald Trump, who literally just launched a massive fuck-all attack against Iran as a joint effort with the nation-state of Israel to begin with, even if this endorsement is a joke or performative or cynical, is a major act of betrayal to the proletarian cause. Later that year on his main channel, he released a video titled Voting During the Genocide, where he outlines the moral conundrum of voting in an election where both presidential candidates are either invested in the Gaza genocide or actively participating in the Gaza genocide to begin with. At first, I thought that this was a more reasonable take than the video on his live channel.
Your candidate's a perpetrator of an ongoing genocide or Donald fucking Trump. So what the hell do you do? It's a very complicated situation, right? Well, no, it's actually not at all complicated, because genocide never is. Regardless of any unfalsifiable hypotheticals about who would be less bad in the future, the fact of the matter is that the Democrats are in power now. The genocide started while the Democrats were in power. They have enabled it and supported it the whole way through. And again, this is happening right now. The mangled corpses of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at least, who have been massacred since October 7th, lie firmly at their feet, not at Trump's. He's not the one who has been in power while they've been doing this.
It's true that Donald Trump wasn't in power during the events of October the 7th. But to say that he wasn't in power while Israel has been committing genocide is inaccurate. Israel has been arguably playing the slow genocide game since the first bunch of Zionists began pillaging villages in Palestine. Of course, Bad Empanada is talking about the acceleration of the ongoing slaughter campaigns in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Iran, and Syria. However, Donald Trump declared Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel while locating the U.S. embassy there during his first term.
The President of the United States, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, His Highness, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, and the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain will now sign the Abraham Accord.
The mangled corpses of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at least, who have been massacred since October 7th, lie firmly at their feet, Trumps.
Along with the promised settlement of Trump Heights on illegally occupied land, this is evident that Donald Trump is just as every bit involved in the maintenance of Israel's occupation in the Levant. Furthermore, every single one of Israel's endless slaughter campaigns before October the 7th has had some level of endorsement of each previous US presidential administration, including Barack Obama's endorsement of Israel's slaughter campaign in 2014. So this assertion that Donald Trump played no part in the steady boiling point of what we are seeing today is absolutely out of touch with the nature of the situation.
To pledge your vote to them here without making it contingent on them immediately ending the genocide is to rubber stamp the genocide yourself. It's to sign off on it yourself. It is a conscious, active choice that you will have made that easily makes you pass any sort of reasonable threshold into being complicit in it yourself. So what the hell do you do then? Well, there are two reasonable stances here. One is just to not vote. I wouldn't blame you, and anyone worth listening to wouldn't blame you either. But the other option, which I prefer, is to actually try to make use of that little bit of power that your vote gives you. Tell them, I'll vote for you, but only if you end the genocide first. Now, obviously, you're just one person, and you need to do this with a bunch of other people to exert the necessary pressure to make them actually even think about doing something. But it's still really the least that you can do as an American.
I fucking hate this part of the video. Bad Empanada is assuming that by voting for the Democratic Party nominee, that we are using a small bit of political power to send a message that we want them to stop the genocide. Who do you think we are talking about here? The Democratic Party has the same damn agenda as the Republican Party, and mostly the same corporate donors. They have absolutely zero political incentive to listen to its voters.
I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
I don't just use the word plutocracy because it's a fancy sounding word. I use it because it describes exactly what the United States government truly is. It is a government that functions holistically for the ruling class, and it is governed by the ruling class. And the ruling class in this case are rich billionaires who own the means of production.
But the other option, which I prefer, is to actually try to make use of that little bit of power that your vote gives you. Tell them, I'll vote for you, but only if you end the genocide first.
Here's a moment in the previous election where the protesters in the state of Michigan, the state with the highest Arabic population in the country by the way, demanding that Kamala Harris end the genocide. Watch how she responds to them.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Does that sound like somebody who wants to listen to our vote? Absolutely not. That is somebody who has a lot of money in very high places, just like her political opponent does.
Now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years. And I said, Alan, I agree with you.
She said, think about it, I'll give you another 250. And there was nobody more aggressive than Sheldon. And what he did is he fought for Israel. That's all he really fought for.
This assertion that our vote in an already structurally meaningless election is going to telepathically signal to Kamala Harris that she better end the genocide in Gaza is naive. Yet in the previous video, he outright supported Donald Trump because he's so focused on making people in Western countries suffer that he actually forgot that marginalized communities are going to be at the receiving end of the imperialist club. To quote Mikhail Bakunin again, when the people are being beaten with a stick, they're not much happier if it is called the people's stick. In this video titled, Please Invade Greenland. Wait, seriously?
Trump is dialing up his campaign to invade and take over Greenland. This is something very interesting because I think the Venezuela thing has emboldened him and made him think he can just do that anyway. Which maybe he will just be able to in Greenland because I don't think the Europeans would fire a single shot. They just let the Americans roll in and take over.
He argues that invading Greenland will destroy the United States diplomatic alliances with Europe, Canada, and Australia.
Donald Trump invading fucking Greenland would absolutely destroy the US, Europe, Canada, Australia alliance that they've had going on for the last, 5-6 decades or so, they would just catapult that instantly. Like, the net good from that occurrence would be fucking massive.
But watch what Bad Empanada says next in his overzealous rant.
This is honestly beyond my wildest dreams. Like, I made a video that was half joking, but also not.
Oh my god! You empty-headed, moronic, stupid fucking cunt!
Telling him about things that he can do to make America great again. Or like a bunch of things that would decidedly not make America great again. One of them was put tariffs on Europe, which he's doing. Great. Making us the American people. Foot the bill for NATO. It's terrible. Why are we paying to defend Europe?
What is this we shit? We who? Bad Empanada is talking like he is an American demanding to Donald Trump to put tariffs on the Europeans. I thought being an American was one of the gravest sins.
So like the calculus here is let them fight, honestly. Just let them fight. Not only would this like take pressure off from like actual imperialized nations from the third world in the short term, but the EU and US breaking would also probably result in like Australia, Canada, the UK, etc. breaking as well, with like this permanent unconditional alliance that they've had going with the US forever, to the point that it might be unrecoverable even if Trump somehow gets removed from power, aside from just dying eventually. Like, this will destroy American prestige, American power, American global influence in ways that I don't think have been done since like they lost the Vietnam War. And Trump would be doing it to himself, like punching himself in the face.
What an interesting strategy. Destroying imperialism by supporting imperialism. Supporting imperialism in hopes of maybe perhaps that the imperialists will just shoot themselves in the foot. But that's assuming that the capitalist class won't bail themselves out once again. Like England.
They have faced catastrophic diseases and economic downturns for centuries, and the only people who have really suffered in the end wasn't the royalty or the monarchy or the blokes in the parliament, but rather the commoners who toil for the shine of the inbred prince's shoes.
All while England was colonizing the rest of the world. Where do you think that the resources they expropriated and the labor that they stole went towards? The ruling fucking class.
Another example of this is during the height of the COVID pandemic in 2020, billionaires saw record profits while workers' very lives were constantly at risk, and millions lost their jobs in the process. Clearly, the COVID pandemic impacted the entire world regardless of the make-believe borders established by colonial powers. If there was anything that was so catastrophic that it threatened the entirety of mankind itself, why wasn't the impact of the COVID pandemic the very thing that crushed the United States and every other imperialist nation state? The point that I'm making is that even if these imperialist countries were to square off against one another during a petty tariff war, then the people of those countries that are already imperialized are not going to catch a fucking break like he says they will.
They want to eat themselves? Okay, go to fucking town. It's a gourmet, it's a smorgasbord, it's a buffet. Get in there, all you can eat, Donald. Europe is yours for the taking. So yeah, that's my calculus in the Greenland situation. As I said in another video that I made recently, the one about Syria and what's happening to the Kurds there, you got to think about things, not just in terms of like, is this morally right? Obviously, it's not morally right for the US to invade Greenland, but I also don't care about morals. I care about outcomes.
So you're gambling. You're gambling. This isn't about organizing. You're gambling. You're throwing your morals out the window, assuming that the United States will destroy itself, will eat itself, and you're gambling. You're fueling imperialism so that in the hopes of maybe that imperialism will destroy itself. That's so dumb. My friend, that's so dumb.
You are a sad, strange little man.
Because he doesn't know for sure if the United States is going to destroy itself in that fashion. He doesn't know that. He thinks he knows that. He's convinced that he knows that, but he doesn't know that. This is an assumption that that is going to be the outcome. What a goofball. Because if that's what it took to defeat imperialism, is to support imperialism, then why not just go and hypothetically support the US invasion of Iraq in 2003?
In terms of actual consequences, it'll be literally almost none. Whereas the good that could come of this, the inadvertent good, the accidental good, the self-destructive good, but nonetheless the good, is massive.
Because if we're trying to apply a Bad Empanada's logic as to what will destroy the United States, we could argue that this occupation costed the United States economy $2.89 trillion. But we know that supporting imperialism so haphazardly like this, and assuming that the American government is going to eat itself in this way, it's not going to stop US imperialism, it's just going to get people killed.
I care about outcome. You have to think about the day after, what could happen next. And my God, I can't think of anything that would hurt Western imperialism as much as this, with so little downside. It obviously does have some degree of downside because the people who live there don't want to be American, but honestly, that's a sacrifice that I am willing to make.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
You, Bad Empanada, are not sacrificing shit in this equation sitting in your safe Argentinian home. Yeah, let's fight imperialism by supporting imperialism. Big fucking brain take right there. This is some 1 trillion IQ take, I swear to God. 4D fucking chess, guys, I swear, I mean it, guys. I have the correct political line, guys. If we just continue to support the Palestinian genocide, then Israel's just gonna collapse anyway. We just gotta keep giving them exactly what they fucking want, guys. And yes, I am joking. This is sarcasm, in case somebody in the comments section didn't quite get that. It's clear that his approach to fighting imperialism is to support the imperialists who are shooting for the stars by shooting Palestinians, undocumented migrants, legal observers of ICE, indigenous peoples of Greenland, the people of Venezuela and Cuba. All of these people are just disposable blood sacrifices to serve as necessary collateral damage in the gamble that the United States won't just bail itself out again, as it has done throughout history, with an ever-reaching debt ceiling that is into the trillions. This political take is just a spicier version of when Peter Kropotkin supported World War I. Bruh. That was a dumb take as well. I'm an anarcho-communist, and yet I am capable of utilizing enough critical thinking to humbly point out when Peter Kropotkin himself is being a dumbass. My fear is that Bad Empanada's audience might not be capable of that very exact ability to critically think. Let's ask one of his subscribers. This user by the name of Novik Nokolovic said in a comment,
I don't know how people have not figured out yet that Empanada always does paraphrases like this for the shock value and to bring attention to his message. All these years and no one even bothered to ask for context or to find it themselves. Is sarcasm really dead?
Yeah, says the guy with Lolicon on his fucking YouTube channel. By the way, this comment is in response to a community post where Bad Empanada says,
Aryan voice for peace. Aryans against genocide. Not in our name.
Bruh. This is him attempting to conflate Jewish voice for peace, but notably not Zionism, or else that would require having to dissect where that class system comes from, with the white supremacist conspiracy theory of the Great Replacement. However, joking or not, he must have realized that this was a dogshit take because he deleted it soon after. What do you even say to such a stupid remark? Even with the nuances in this general conversation, this is some severe brain rot that shows his inability to use his commentary to attack white supremacy and Zionism as a whole.
So how do they deal with the cognitive dissonance of Israel, the Jewish state, of Jews, a country made for Jews, by Jews, to benefit Jews, at the expense of others, committing horrible atrocities day in, day out? How do you reconcile that with this notion of Jewish exceptionalism, which dictates that Jews can basically do no wrong, that they're basically like magical angels? Well, we redirect the blame away from Israel as it actually exists to something else. So One way that people do this is they say, like, Israelis aren't real Jews.
You remember the video that we discussed earlier titled "There is no anti-Semitism crisis, how Zionists constructed a moral panic," where he painstakingly debunked all of the institutions that cite anti-Zionist resistance as a part of a broader anti-Semitism crisis? And do you remember how he concluded that because these statistics were not trustworthy, that there must not be an anti-Semitism crisis? Well, what if I told you that he found an actual anti-Semitism crisis on his own, and specifically talking about Jews being conflated with Israel?
When your income depends on it, it takes courage to actually stop catering to a bunch of fucking anti-Semites, I guess.
In his video titled "GDF Caters to Anti-Semitic Conspiracy Theorists," he calls out YouTuber GDF for not making it clear to his audience that he doesn't hate Jewish people. And as he does this, he calls GDF a horrible anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist.
Oh yeah, GDF is horrible. GDF is a anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist.
In this video, he correctly calls out how GDF routinely claims that Israel controls the United States. Anyone who even slightly knows their history will know that Israel is being used as a satellite state for the United States to maintain control in the Middle East. They overlap primarily in the same smelly capitalist class, but whether it be Jeffrey Epstein and his multinational clients or AIPAC lobbying the elections in the United States, the common thread is plutocracy, not this idea that Jews control the state. And Bad Empanada is correct for pointing this out. Then he dives into the comment section of GDF videos analyzing the conspiracy theories which they parrot.
If you want to know who rules over you, just look at who you can't criticize. And it was about Jews, obviously.
But watch what he says at the end.
He's making a video about Israeli aggression? No, he's not. He's making videos about fucking conspiracy theories about how the USA is a victim of Israel, controlled by the shady, like, Israeli, definitely not Jewish, wink wink, cabal. Give me a break.
So he is capable of recognizing anti-Jewish conspiracy theories when deceitfully presented as anti-Israel. This means that his later videos attacking Jewish Voice for Peace and anti-Zionist Jews comes from a desire to go scorched earth on the very cause he claims to support. And in my opinion, this shows how inconsistent Bad Empanada is towards the broader cause of combating imperialism and the propaganda of imperialist countries. Because it's clear that his motivation for attacking GDF, even if he's correct, is strictly for the sake of competition.
Nobody challenges anyone on anything. Nobody challenges anyone on anything unless they're people who, they're opposed to anyway. Because YouTube is made up of a bunch of pussies who care more about maintaining, like, friendship networks than anything else. Who care more about, like, the audience crossover potential than anything else. Not really friendship networks, it's the audience crossover potential. You denounce another YouTuber for doing something bad, automatically you are lowering your potential audience, or, the potential that they, like, shout you out or whatever, stuff like that. So automatically there's, like, a filter that causes where people are discouraged from feuding with the people who are marginally on their side.
In terms of being a principled anti-imperialist, I find this behavior quite concerning, if not irresponsible and immature. Because what happens when you blend that behavior with its overall cynical view of the world? Enter the video titled "You Should Join ICE." Yes, he made a video where he endorses joining ICE. Okay, so right off the bat, he goes into this weird rant about how if you're poor, disadvantaged, LGBT, POC, minority, Latino, you should join ICE.
You should join ICE. You should absolutely join ICE. You should become an ICE agent as soon as possible. If you're American, you're able to become an ICE agent, you should do it. Here's why. You might be poor, right? You might be disadvantaged. You might be struggling. You might desperately need a job. You might just want to feed your family. You might just want healthcare. You might even be an LGBT, POC, minority Latino who is disadvantaged and you're intersectional. You have intersectional identity categories, okay?
We're going to talk about this notable tick of his later in the video, but for now, just keep what he just said in the back of your mind.
A really great way to get ahead would be for you to become an ICE agent. because it's so easy to get in and they offer insane benefits. Like I just Googled right now, ICE join Gov, and the first results is from the ICE website, America needs you. America needs me. That sounds useful. Uncle Sam's telling you right here that he needs you. That's propaganda, right? You're being propagandized by seeing this into thinking that this is a good thing to do, to join ICE. What can you get if you join ICE? A $50,000 bonus, a $60,000 student loan repayment, and 25% premium pay. I don't actually know what that means, but it sounds fucking good. You can choose your mission. You can become a lot of things in ICE. What are the job benefits? ICE offers competitive salaries and attractive benefits package, including health, dental, vision, life, long-term car insurance, retirement plan, thrift savings plan, flexible spending account, employee assistance plan. Look, I'm already fucking sold.
Now, let's remember what Novik Nokolovic said. Bad Empanada is joking. Clearly, he has a broader opinion that is a bold statement that he's making here. So let's be media literate and keep watching the video. He then pulls two clips from the Majority Report and Hassan Piker, where both of them glaze Graham Plattner for being in the infantry. In both of these instances, they bend over backward to justify Graham working for Blackwater and for participating in the US occupation in the Middle East throughout the 2000s and the 2010s. And as he plays these clips, he reinstates the same talking points, but in the context of joining ICE. So, using our critical thinking skills, we can conclude that Bad Empanada is making jest of dumb liberal online pundits for hypocritically endorsing an unprincipled political candidate. That makes perfect sense to me, and it would then give us a better understanding as to why he is instructing his audience to join ICE. That is until he says this.
In summary, I'd like to state, 100% unironically, join ICE. Join ICE. Join ICE now. Join ICE now. Get that bag. It's not your fault what you do.
Okay, so he's definitely not joking. Damn. I guess sarcasm really is dead. Sorry, Novi. He just said, I'd like to state 100% unironically, join ICE. Bruh. With a straight face looking directly into the camera. To me, this means that he is just as bad as the very people in which he is criticizing. He is part of the very BreadTube problem which he claims to be against. And as for ICE agents getting a shit ton of benefits, well, I'm not so sure. Recent reports have indicated that ICE agents haven't been receiving the bonuses in which he speaks of. But at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? They're ICE agents! These people are terrorizing the very Latin Americans who fled their own countries to evade US imperialism there as well. And here is Bad Empanada making jest of immigrant constant suffering by going directly to the government's website and
100% unironically
telling his audience to join ICE if they're poor, disadvantaged, LGBT, POC, minority, Latino. This disgraceful behavior gets worse in his video titled Killer ICE Agent is Victim 2, where he highlights the murder of Renee Good at the hands of ICE agent Jonathan Ross. He points out how Jonathan Ross used to work as an officer for the Department of Homeland Security. This is when he does his usual song and dance, citing Hassan Piker and Majority Report, glazing Graham Plattner, nothing in which we haven't seen before. But then he does this shit.
That's why I'm launching Jonathan Ross for US Senate.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is it?
He made this shit! What the fuck are you even doing anymore? I can absolutely get behind calling out the hypocrisy of the American left for glazing Graham Plattner. If you want my opinion on Plattner, I don't fucking like him. I don't like how he poses himself as the opponent of the billionaire class while also participating in numerous war industries. Yes, I abhor Susan Collins and Janet Mills as well. But the point to Plattner as separate from the scope of US imperialism and white supremacy is incorrect. But then we're using our praxis to make propaganda to endorse Jonathan Ross for US Senate? What the fuck is this dude even doing? After all, in the previous video, he 100% unironically instructed you to join ICE.
In summary, I'd like to state, 100% unironically, join ICE.
Is this even satire anymore? He blurs that line like crazy. Now, I do want to emphasize that outside of his stupid campaign thing, he does make his actual point more clear in this video than in the previous one.
Why? Why is it okay for Graham Plattner to go overseas and do what he did to that white woman to dozens upon dozens of Iraqis and Afghans?
That's an excellent point. But you didn't need to make a pro-Jonathan Ross propaganda poster, and you didn't need to 100% unironically endorse joining ICE to make your point. In fact, he did, 5 years ago, make a video titled "Everyone in the United States Military is a Criminal."
Hi, did I get your attention with the title? Good. Every single person in the US military is, at best, an accomplice to murder, theft, dispossession, or worse. That is the point of this video, stated up front. And yes, I also think the same about any other military that's used primarily for aggression against other countries or to repress locals. For example, those of Saudi Arabia, Russia, Israel, and Peru. And I'd also like to note that I'm only talking about volunteers, not conscripts. If you were forced into the military against your will, then this video is not about you. Unless you continue on beyond your required period of service, that is. And this video is not for people in the military who genuinely believe that being in the military is some sort of special good thing, who legitimately believe that they serve their country or whatever, or that the US military legitimately helps people.
Wait, so he just said that if you think being in the military or serving your country is a special good or something, or if you think the US military legitimately helps people, then you're not included in his criticism of the US military and those who volunteer for it? So then hypothetically, I could just be this jarhead who thinks slaughtering Iraqi and Afghanis is some special good and legitimately helps people, when in reality it only benefits oil companies, weapons manufacturers, and the US imperialist machine. But my hypothetical dumbass would not be considered a criminal by Bad Empanada.
It makes no fucking sense for Americans to be okay with murderous, rapist veterans in their political movement and yet scream in rage at ICE agents who give them and theirs a small little bit of a taste of what those veterans have done without remorse for their entire lives to the victims of American imperialism.
This stupid fuck just contradicted himself, and I was trying to give him a bone with that one. But what does that say about his analysis of other forms of US imperialism, especially in the context of soft power? In his video titled "Trump Defunds USAID and NED, Accidentally Does Anti-Imperialism," he talks about how US aid is a form of financial coercion because it keeps other countries dependent on the United States, which is true.
And I've seen a lot of people have like these sorts of ridiculous opinions about this. Like they seem to think that US aid actually exists to do like humanitarian aid and to help people around the world, and that this what they're doing here is bad. But I think those people are just very dumb. Right? And particularly, I think they're very dumb because, like, when China helps to build a hospital somewhere, the people who say that sort of thing, like, are the first ones to say, oh, come on, man, you really think they're just building their hospital out of the goodness of their heart? They expect something in return for that. You know, they're trying to build their influence there. This is imperialism. And then those people will look at the USA doing nothing even close to being that clearly beneficial with US aid, and they're like, yep, this right here, this is like pure altruism designed to benefit the poorest people of the world by the USA, which, as we all know, does not have any ulterior motives ever. So I think that sort of lays bare what's kind of going on here. They want you to think that USAID is actually just an organization for aid, rather than a means of doing imperialism via financial coercion and stuff like that.
But watch how he argues this point.
They are sort of accidentally laying bare this sort of subtle, it's often called soft power imperialism, but it's really not soft power. This is just straight up direct political interference. Like they are just laying bare that sort of thing and getting more attention on it while defunding it. Great, good, fantastic. And just to end this on something potentially educational and useful, the reason why I say it's not particularly soft power is because it really is just direct interference. Like, when I think of soft power, I think of things like, you know, like McDonald's expanding and people eating American food more, or I think like K-pop becoming globally popular.
What is it like, Bad Empanada? What is it like to pretend that you're a critic of imperialism but not know what the hell soft power is? Because soft power is not just McDonald's and K-pop. Maybe we should consult Joseph Nye, the political scientist who literally coined the phrase soft power.
Well, power is the ability to get what you want from others, and you can do it three ways. You can do it with coercion, you can do it with payment, or you can do it with attraction, persuasion.
Soft power is not just McDonald's in Russia or K-pop in the West. Joseph Nye's entire framework of soft power is about the ability to shape the preferences of other nation states through attraction, legitimacy, and institutional influence. In a fundamental way, the United States Agency for International Development and the National Endowment for Democracy are in themselves tools of soft power because they operate within recipient nation states in ways that shape political and institutional development. They influence how governments reform, how they monitor elections, which civil society receives funding, and even media environments that can manufacture consent over which policies and political beliefs are deemed acceptable in those countries benefiting from US aid and NED. Bad Empanada defines soft power as McDonald's and K-pop because he's too stupid to properly distinguish between cultural diffusion and the kind of institutional and financial influence in which he correctly points out exists under. He is stupidly crediting Elon Musk and Donald Trump for doing anti-imperialism, while they are definitively exercising soft power.
So yeah, big ups to the Donald Trump and his dumbass sidekick. I don't even know who's the sidekick here, whether it's Trump or Musk. Honestly, it seems like Trump might be Musk's sidekick, which is embarrassing and pathetic. But huge props to them for accidentally doing anti-imperialist things, regardless of their intention.
Regardless of intent, huh? What about the soldiers?
And this video is not for people in the military who genuinely believe that being in the military is some sort of special good thing.
You don't get to just excuse the literal wing of imperialism because they foolishly think they're helping by doing a special good thing. You can argue that pulling US aid will give these countries the chance to become more self-reliant, but Trump and Musk pulling US aid is serving the exact political leverage that it was designed to do in the first place. Now pair that with how he talks about the US strengthening its sanctions on Cuba, destroying its infrastructure in the process.
Things are quite bad in Cuba right now as a result of the USA threatening to sanction. As of yet, they haven't sanctioned, well, not sanctioned, but rather placed tariffs on countries that supply oil commercially to Cuba. So what this means is that Cuba simply does not have the ability to buy fuel on the international market unless countries are willing to take the risk of the US potentially putting tariffs on them. And this has apparently been completely 100% effective.
He is correct about the devastation that this sanction brings to Cuba and the cruel nature of it all. But he doesn't call this anti-imperialism because it isn't. Cuba is the primary anti-imperialist model of the Caribbean, leading by example of aiding other countries when they've been hit by hurricanes. Yet his analysis of this US-controlled crisis is limited in the context of US aid. Not to mention how this sits with its odd support of Donald Trump, as we've mentioned earlier in the video.
But Trump supports all these other bad things. Good! Maybe you deserve the bad things.
And how it doesn't sit well with this other video that he's made, titled Venezuela Invasion, Go Protest.
Let's talk about how the USA might attack Venezuela.
Not only is his criticism of Donald Trump, regardless of whether or not it is either an outright endorsement or just him being delusional, he routinely forgets that Trump's overall goal is US imperialism. Everything Trump does serves US imperialism, even if it's just for his own political gain and his own capitalist ventures. Like when Trump bails out Argentina of their own financial crisis for $20 billion.
And quite honestly, if you get Donald Trump, perhaps you deserve him. Perhaps the downfall, the suffering, the destruction that he will cause to your country.
Do you think Donald Trump did this because he's an anti-imperialist? Do you think Trump accidentally did anti-imperialism by giving the country that Bad Empanada lives in $20 billion, all because his dipshit anarcho-capitalist president fucked the entire economy over? No, he did this because he wants to assert control in places that will benefit his regime. But Bad Empanada doesn't seem to mind. Here's him enjoying Javier Milei's shitty rock concert.
Anyone who's enabling this, who's watching this, who's letting this happen, I don't even know what to say. What? Why? How?
Speaking of Argentina, it didn't always have a wannabe rock star at the head of the nation state. Javier Milei is functionally an anarcho-capitalist, which is an oxymoron, since you literally can't have anarchism under a capitalist system. No wonder the economy collapsed last year. But we can't look at today's Argentina without taking a glance at what it once was. One of my favorite videos of Bad Empanadas, and I mean this with absolutely no sarcasm, is his video discussing the history of Juan Perón and the broader Peronist movement. In this video, Bad Empanada does an excellent job of setting the stage of the series of events that would lead to Juan Perón taking power in 1946.
Peronism is an Argentine political movement named for and founded by Juan Domingo Perón, the president of Argentina from 1946 to 1955, and again from 1973 until his death the next year in 1974.
However, one thing to note is that Juan Perón, as well as his followers, have an inconsistent ideology. And that's not just my opinion either. Bad Empanada himself points out that Peronists admit that there is no single unifying thread holding the ideology together.
And yet it's still really hard to pin down and define in a way that includes all or even most Peronists. You might think that you can take a look at some Peronist politicians and identify some common policies, but there's really not much there at all. There's more than a dozen significant Peronist parties, and Peronists often end up competing against other, very different Peronists. There was even a presidential election where the two main candidates were both Peronists. So that makes no sense.
According to Bad Empanada, this inconsistency stems from Peronism being a hybrid movement rather than a theoretically consistent one. The Peronist movement is a mix of constant working class mobilization and Argentina's extremely diverse cultural landscape, which gradually gained more political rights and freedoms over time.
Shortly though, the children of those working class immigrants, who would be Argentine citizens from birth, would grow up and be able to vote, giving the working class majority the potential to drive a political movement for the very first time. And Juan Domingo Perón burst onto the national political stage at just the right moment to take full advantage.
So that's the movement itself, but what about Juan Perón's actual political ideology? You see, Perón, like Bad Empanada, was an interesting character to say the least. He was born in 1895 in a humble working-class family. They did not live like a cushy life whatsoever. As Juan Perón grew older, he grew an interest in corporatism, the ideology behind Mussolini's fascist regime. This actually led him to take a trip to Italy in the 1930s. He would also visit Nazi Germany and Franco's Spain during his tour throughout Europe. And in his video, Bad Empanada uses this moment in his retelling to claim that Juan Perón had a poor understanding of the tenets of fascism and that therefore he could not possibly be fascist himself.
Perón was a military officer who had visited Europe on observational assignment in the late 1930s. He returned to Argentina with newfound political ambitions and what was a fairly unique idea at the time, to take what he called a social democratic project based on what he saw in Europe, including in fascist Italy. Yeah. And apply it to the unique circumstances of Argentina, a post-colonial nation where the majority had never been politically represented in any capacity. Now I just want to take a second here to address the elephant in the room. Yes,
Peron really liked fascism. Peron had spent a short time on assignment in Italy in the late 1930s, where he was sheltered and quite disconnected from the actual reality of fascism. He came back to Argentina with a very, very idealized view of fascist Italy. When you read his own words about it though, it's clear that he very badly misunderstood what fascism actually was. He wrote that fascism was a formula that gave the people active participation, a true social democracy. So his own description of fascism doesn't actually sound like fascism at all, does it? And that's because he just completely misinterpreted it.
While I'm not interested in belaboring the assertion that Peron himself was a fascist, the reasoning he uses here is very misleading. Firstly, someone having a poor understanding of fascism itself does not mean that person isn't fascist. Fascism is a far-right ultranationalist political movement dedicated to the monopolization of political and state violence, as well as the national identity, the fetishization of strength and machismo, hatred against designated outgroups, and the desire to return to an idealized past. Even if you're ignorant of this concept, as long as you're upholding these values, then you are functionally a fascist. Donald Trump and his policies can be argued as fascist given his overreach in dismantling the checks and balances of the US government, his inflammatory ultranationalist rhetoric, his scapegoating of marginalized people groups to accelerate more draconian legislation, his use of the slogan "Make America Great Again" to romanticize a time when people in the United States had less basic human rights. Really, I could go on. But when Donald Trump is ranting about the radical left, he'll sometimes conflate Marxists with fascists.
On November 5th, 2024, we are going to stand up to the Marxists, the communists, the fascists.
So does that mean, based on this clip alone, that Donald Trump is not a fascist? If someone were to argue this point, I think they would need to go back to the drawing board. Secondly, while it is true that Peron himself was not an ideological fascist, his actions tell a far more damning story. Before Juan Perón took power in 1946, he was in a secret military lodge called the United Officers Group. These people were nationalists and ideologically anti-communist, because in 1943, the GOU successfully overthrew the Argentinian government in a military coup, effectively dethroning Ramon Castillo in the process. Additionally, this coup allowed the military to have more direct control of the government. And just like that, after years of rallying behind populist messaging, with Juan Perón reminding the people of Argentina that their culture was valid and that they were strong, Juan Perón overwhelmingly won his seat in political power as president of Argentina. But here's where I pull the rug out from under you. Labor unions were required to get approved by the Argentinian government. This means that labor organizations were mostly under the watchful eye of the state. Think about that. When Bad Empanada correctly yet selectively calls out labor unions in the United States for their own participation in making exceptions for arms shipment to Israel. This political figure, who participated in an anti-communist military coup, is at the actual center of Bad Empanada's entire political ideology. Now, Bad Empanada's video doesn't downplay this aspect of Juan Perón's political career, but it does downplay the military coup that planted the seeds for this structure happening in the first place.
Straight from the long-running political, economic, and socio-cultural dominance of the so-called First World, especially the UK and the USA. After participating in a military coup in 1943.
That's all. Just a passing mention of Perón participating in a coup. No additional context as to what kind of impact that has on the upcoming Peronist government. Looks like he was also homies with the likes of Augusto Pinochet! It wouldn't surprise me if he had a sexy picture of Jorge Ubico under his bed, because these are very interesting friends for someone who is revered by an Australian Marxist-Leninist YouTuber. I did not misspeak. Bad Empanada does in fact live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, but he is not originally Argentinian at all. He is a spoiled Greek yogurt packet from the land down under. But it makes you wonder, what is he doing in Argentina? In his video titled Why Labor Lost the Election, a younger yet more chill Bad Empanada explains why he emigrated from Melbourne to Santiago to eventually move to Buenos Aires because of the result of the 2019 Australian election.
So once I finally land, I'm extremely tired, but I still managed to somehow find the energy to go on a hunt for Wi-Fi so that I could see the results of the election. And yeah, I needed Wi-Fi because I am not going to pay whatever it costs for roaming. And whatever it is, I'm probably too poor to afford it anyway. Now, as usual, the free airport Wi-Fi was total garbage, so I spent easily 30 to 45 minutes just walking back and forth in the terminal. I think I covered maybe 3 or 4 kilometers, trying to find a spot where the connection was at least strong enough to update my Twitter feed or something. I never actually found it, mind you, but by some miracle, Twitter managed to connect for just long enough to send me a notification about some random tweet on my feed. It told me pretty much everything I needed to know. It just said, "F you, Australia." I felt very secure in my decision to immigrate in that moment. So in case you've gotten this far without reading the title of this video or realizing what I'm on about up to this point, which would honestly be kind of impressive, that "F you" was in response to Australia re-electing one of its worst governments of the modern era. Really, they're just a complete mess. 3 prime ministers in 6 years, a plethora of bombshell scandals and corruption allegations, a destructive, reality-denying, public service-destroying conservative agenda, about 8 billion consecutive news poll losses, and running on the slogan of jobs and growth despite objectively having the worst economic performance of any Australian government since the 70s. That is who we voted for.
First of all, I totally understand the desire to flee a country where the government is so politically out of touch with their own constituents that they would continue to enact policies that screw the poor. I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't also considered fleeing the United States for the same exact reason. But then I began to think about my own class position. I am already on stolen land. If Bad Empanada argues that I am in a position of labor aristocracy because I am a leftist in a Western nation state, then what would happen if I were to move to somewhere like, I don't know, Mexico City? Well, the YouTube channel called Channel 5 with Andrew Collihan did a video on Americans fleeing to Mexico City to do remote work for a living. In the video, many of the Americans that are interviewed hold an understandable distaste for the United States, its politicians and policies, and overall culture. That's all well and good until you realize that the Mexican locals see their cost of living increasing. Labor in Mexico City is being exported remotely by these, we'll call them Trumpugees, and the locals in Mexico City are structurally priced out of their own communities. Given that Bad Empanada is a YouTuber who fled Australia due to the result of an election, says a lot about him in particular.
So back in March, I bought tickets from Melbourne to Buenos Aires, Argentina, with my flight departing at noon on May 18th. Of course, a couple of weeks later, they announced that the election was going to be on May 18th. Cool. Now I, of course, still managed to get an early vote in like a good law-abiding citizen who is definitely not a communist.
He didn't use his communist philosophy as a means of trying to dismantle the imperialist nation-state from within. Rather, he chose to flee like a little bitch, and in true grifter fashion, adopted the local Peronist ideology because it was the closest thing that he could find culturally that aligned with his own communist beliefs. In my opinion, American leftists have a moral responsibility to oppose the United States empire. I agree with a lot of Bad Empanada's general critiques of American leftist figures. Zoran Mamdani getting too cozy with Zionists. Graham Plattner participated in the US invasion in the Middle East. Hassan Piker dick rides the Democratic Party.
Is going to love your invention.
But Bad Empanada lives in this fantasy that American leftists, let alone people who live in America, don't fight back against the state. In this video titled, Why Don't Americans Fight?, he starts off by laying down criticism of old school American labor movements, highlighting that the vast majority of American unions were white and largely fended for their own material interests. But then he brings up a passage from Che Guevara, who had his own critiques of the American working class back in 1954. Keep in mind that this was during the height of Dwight Eisenhower imperializing Latin America, specifically Guatemala, which I also have a video on my channel talking about. At this point, Latin American countries have already begun to see the blunt end of the imperial stick. So Che Guevara's critique comes from an era of the Cuban Revolution itself, where the working class were driving out Batista's US-backed slave empire. But Bad Empanada does not provide this context, and it's pretty damning because he overlooks the fighting spirit of the Cuban working class in this case. In fact, he's overlooking the intersectionality of the working class as a whole. When he says Americans don't fight back, he's assuming that the working class in the United States comprise of white settlers. This is not true.
Go home, you fucking loser! United States Postal Service.
The working class in the United States is extremely diverse, and many of the immigrants who toil for shittier wages and shittier working conditions have themselves had to fight US imperialism in their home country. Something I'm sure Bad Empanada wouldn't know anything about. International solidarity is needed among the working class, and this scrutiny of American unions is absolutely warranted. I fully agree, and you have my unconditional support on that notion. But to say that Americans aren't getting into street brawls with ICE, aren't organizing in ways that account for the rippling effects of US imperialism, aren't considering the well-being of their undocumented neighbors and people who are actively being colonized by the United States and Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign.
I just want to know.
You want to back up so I feel safe? You don't intimidate me. I'm not intimidating you. Yeah, well, no, that was your attempt.
I mean, are we gonna pretend that the student unions for divestment in Israel did not happen? Are we gonna pretend that labor workers and Jewish Voice for Peace and radical activism as a whole just sits there and do absolutely nothing just for the sake of doing absolutely nothing? Like, do you think Chris Smalls hopped on the flotilla for the memes?
Bro, you just killed a bunch of women and children, bro.
Yeah. We're not just kidding. We're raping also.
I mean, truth be told, Bad Empanada probably does think all of those things. I need people to understand when he makes videos saying that American leftists, or even just leftists in general, they're not fighting, they're not doing anything, they're not gonna fight and protect anybody or anything, they're all out for themselves. He's talking about you guys, his audience. His audience, although not monolithic in any stretch of the imagination, are not like specifically unique people who have done more than exceptional compared to any other leftist, right? And that can be stated about anybody's audience. My audience, Hassan Piker's audience, even if we all have our own disagreements in strategy and tactics, and maybe there's a lot to be said about who is doing performativity and who isn't. At the end of the day, Bad Empanada has zero faith in you guys. I mean, both my audience and Bad Empanada's audience. He has zero faith in the working class. He doesn't seem to care about any of that anyway. In his video titled, "Don't Listen to Voices," he argues that a liberal American celebrity said that we should listen to the voices of people in imperialized country. Therefore, in order to be truly correct on identity politics, Bad Empanada asserts that you have to listen to the voices of every single individual of that national identity, including the slave owners and right-wing nut jobs of those countries.
Listen to Cubans. Oh, she's a Cuban. I don't fucking care. Why is this logic never applied in any other case? It's always like, Listen to Cubans, listen to Venezuelans. Why are you discounting Venezuelan voices or other country voices? This is how it always works with these zero fucking information, identity politics liberals who just seem to be in it to feel good about themselves. Oh, but why? Why are you daring to talk down to a Cuban? Because they're fucking wrong. Why do you never apply this in another case? What about the USA? Is it wrong to talk down to an American who supports Donald Trump, who wants to put trans people in camps?
I mean, he's clearly rage baiting, right? I mean, it's pretty easy to pick up on that. But the stupidity of his comment is like if it were the U.S. invasion of Iraq and he suddenly said, what about all the Republican, racist Americans who want to bring back segregation laws?
Why am I not listening to the American voice? Listen to American voices.
And the answer to that question is, well, he doesn't give a damn about Cubans or Venezuelans. He doesn't give a damn about people in general. He gives a damn about his own platform, his own ability to grow on social media. And of course, that's the goal for everybody. But like, it's very obvious with him, especially considering that he's using people from imperialized countries to specifically gain that goal. And so while Trump is terrorizing and bombing Venezuela, and while Trump is starving Cubans, he wants to use Cubans and he wants to use Venezuelans as props, rhetorical props, to make liberals mad. And that's pretty disgusting. I mean, why should suffering people be your props?
The American voice says deport all brown people and put LGBT people in camp. So I guess, you know, if I was to go against that, I would be like committing a cardinal sin against identity politics, wouldn't I?
Another weird thing is like his obsession with identity politics. I've never given a fuck about identity politics. I don't hold certain marginalized people groups more in reverence just because they are of that group. And seldomly do I really even see leftists, let alone even American liberals, do that. Oftentimes, American liberals are more willing to try to disparage those marginalized people groups so that way they can impress their Republican friends. But no, I've never seen anybody like go way out of their way to be like, listen to Blair White. She's a transgender woman. We have to listen to the trans voice. Because anybody who even knows the first fucking thing about that will be able to tell you that Blair White's opinion does not fucking matter. She hates trans people. She regularly attacks trans people all of the time, literally ruining the lives of trans people every single fucking day. Same thing with like David Clark or Mark Robinson. I'm beginning to feel like Bad Empanada's content might not just be for me, because Bad Empanada is talking to an imaginary audience that has not figured out these very basic lessons yet. When I first tuned into Bad Empanada, I watched him specifically because he was talking about Latin America. I watched him specifically because he was talking about imperialized countries in a way that nobody else really was. He was deviating from the mainstream coverage. But now he's resorted to this 4chan tier discourse that is so fucking far removed from anything that fucking matters at the end of the day. I just don't think his content is for me. I think his content is for dumbasses who are barely figuring out politics for the first time. I think Bad Empanada is meant to kind of deceive people into what being a socialist or, you know, even a leftist really means. I think he's literally there to make things worse.
Oh, but this only applies to fucking right-wing imperialists in Cuba and Venezuela and shit, right? It only applies to people there. Is that how this works?
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
Those who make these sorts of idiotic identity politics arguments that are entirely based on nothing but this person said this, you are not allowed to disagree with that at all, regardless of how right you are in the actual facts, which you can prove, and how wrong they clearly are in relation to said facts, regardless of how clearly despicable their political agenda is. How dare you oppose them? How dare you not uncritically agree with what they're saying? It's so cheap, it's so stupid. It's fundamentally just a way for very dumb people to feel like they are correct based on nothing but identity politics, while also simultaneously supporting the imperialism, the US imperialism, the Western imperialism, that they will never say out loud they are actually for, but tacitly by decontextualizing these things so much, by framing the situation as if there is a government in these countries and there is a people. And all of those people have the exact same politics, the exact same wants and needs, the exact same everything, that are all unified against that government. So any one person who claims to be from that country thus represents everyone in that country. And if you dare to go against that, you are silencing nationality voices or whatever.
Maybe in Peronist land, that bullshit makes sense, because you have to listen to the voices of Benito Mussolini, Francisco Franco, and Rafael Trujillo. But among the critical thinkers, the people who use their fucking brains, we can use basic class analysis to recognize that adhering to the Gusano-ass Fulgencio Batista motherfuckers is not the same as listening to voices of freed slaves.
Somebody wants to know which part of Cuba we came from.
My grandfather's sugar plantation.
Yeah.
But Bad Empanada actually makes that point, that if you listen to Cubans who are currently being starved by the United States in the most medieval style form of deprivation that would make Israel catch flush, then you gotta listen to the slave owners.
Like, these people cannot digest the fact that, yes, just like there are fascists in your country, there are fascists in these countries as well. Just like there are dumb people, misinformed people, there are dumb and misinformed people in these countries as well. There are bad people in these countries. There are people with ulterior motives. There are right-wingers. But to you, like a Cuban right-winger to you, because they talk about like, oh, we want freedom, and you're too stupid to see through what that actually means to them, which is like, we want the USA to come here and loot our country, and I want my grandma's farm back from the poor peasants who are currently working it, who currently own it because of the land redistribution post-revolution. You don't see through that. You don't understand what's happening. Not that you would even care, because ultimately, it's just simple for you, right? They're a Cuban. That's a Cuban voice. Never mind the fact that for someone like Camila Cabello, she's a fucking rich Cuban living in Miami in a mansion. Do you genuinely think that's someone who is representative of Cuba in general?
He's somehow found a way to strawman a fucking liberal of all people. That on its own is worthy of a prize. This is getting to a level of brain rot that I don't think we've seen before. When we think of working class struggles, this is not the type of terminally online, hard to iron for bullshit that we consider. And especially if we are going to assume that Bad Empanada is genuinely an anti-imperialist, then he wouldn't stoop to the level of concerning himself with 4chan tier lack of class analysis. Which makes it even funnier when he makes remarks about how fluent English speakers in colonized countries aren't reliable.
Practically all information available online in the English language about countries where most people don't actually speak English is skewed to spread the narratives of those who are wealthy and privileged enough to have learned foreign languages. Let me explain. English proficiency in most of the world outside of English-speaking countries and Europe is very low. Even India, a country with more than 100 million English speakers that has its own native variant of English called Indian English, has an English-speaking population that only amounts to 10% of its total. And it's even worse in practically every other country. People who receive a high-quality English language or bilingual education in childhood are much more likely to come out of it speaking English, and access to such education is highly divided along class lines.
Gee, I wonder how that happened. Maybe imperialism happened? I don't fucking know. I mean, it's not like the British government fucked the entire world over. There is a certain level of irony coming from a Greek Australian who is remotely gentrifying Buenos Aires, telling his English-speaking YouTube audience to not trust other English-speaking Latin Americans. But see, this is because he doesn't believe in the working class. He sets up these absolutist conditions that drive his audience to, time and again, feel absolutely hopeless about participating in any meaningful fight against imperialism and global hegemony. In his video titled, "The First World Left Will Never Matter Again, the Hard Truth You Need to Hear," Bad Empanada opened with advice to his leftist audience.
What advice would I give to a leftist in the first world to organize in their countries? Go to the third world and organize there instead. You're not going to build shit in the first world. The people there are too materially invested in maintaining their comparative advantage with the third world, so it's not going to happen.
That's right, assholes. In order to fight imperialism, you gotta gentrify a country that has already been gutted by the United States imperialist machine. Just make a YouTube channel just like Bad Empanada, make videos about liberal celebrities all day, and just be a dick. Advocate for US imperialism as a joke to throw your gullible and impressionable audience like Buggy the Clown during the Marineford arc. But nothing is going to prepare you for this absolute nuke of sheer cringe posting which you are about to witness. I present to you, Attacked by American Identity Politics Man! This video is special, very special. It is not your typical Bad Empanada meltdown. It is in a league of its own that is so baffling.
Yeah, I don't think you're ready for this one, but you know, no time like the present.
Now we're gonna do a fun little segment here.
I don't like how giddy he got here. He's even smiling. That's how you know that things are about to go south real quick.
I'm gonna show you American Prime, the quintessential American.
Now, when you think of the quintessential American, what are some images that come into your mind? Maybe some white settler with some reactionary views. Maybe an American nationalist who doesn't quite have a chin. Maybe a liberal who says that they don't care if you're white, black, brown, purple, green. Just keep that last image of that liberal in your head for a second. We're gonna come back to that.
I'm gonna show you American Prime, the quintessential American. Because a quintessential American made a response video to me, and this quintessential American certainly doesn't think they're the quintessential American, but they very much are. And I'm going to be doting over how American they are the entire time. So Americans are characterized by being brain-fucked by identity politics. Doesn't matter if they're right-wing, left-wing, centrist, they're all brain-fucked by identity politics. The right-wingers, for example, they're all about, like, white Christian identity politics. They can't get enough of it. They don't understand anything except, oh, me white, me Christian, white good. Christian good. Oh. The left-wing Americans, their version of identity politics is a bit different. Their version of identity politics is your opinion is only as valuable as the special identity categories that you have backing it.
Wait, where have I heard this talking point before?
You probably think your opinions matter. You probably think you're an individual with unique experiences, thoughts, and ambitions. Well, I hate to break it to you, but according to current leftist orthodoxy, you're wrong. You see, your opinion only matters relative to your identity, and where that identity ranks on the hierarchy of intersectionality. If you're now thinking, what the hell are you talking about?
Bad Empanada once again parroting a literal Zionist talking point.
Bad Empanada, as per usual, accuses American leftists of engaging in identity politics. But as someone who literally uses the word queer in her channel name, I don't know of anyone aside from Bad Empanada himself who engages in identity politics, especially like this, in his political analysis.
Like, they will just completely discount someone who is correct over someone who is wrong, but, like, prefaces their argument with a 5-page list of, like, their mental illnesses and made-up identity categories that at this point are getting kind of absurd. Because there's, like, this incentive that they have created to just lie about yourself and make shit up, because otherwise you'll never be heard.
This is yet another example of Bad Empanada building a straw man for a much broader political critique that will crumble as the video progresses. He introduces Deculturation, a streamer who is a critic of Bad Empanada himself. Watch how Bad Empanada handles this criticism.
And what made me laugh is, in this 35-minute and 33-second rant of his, and you know we love ranting over here, not one time did Bad Empanada say the words white supremacy. He's obsessed with pushing this.
Now I'm gonna let him talk here because he actually like gives the reasoning himself, which is the only possible reasoning, obviously, which is correct. He actually answers his own question immediately, and then nonetheless goes on an identity politics rant about it.
American supremacy. Now you can make the argument that American supremacy is white supremacy. Maybe it's the more like liberal, modern version of white supremacy where anybody can be an American and anyone could press the trigger, pull the trigger, press a button to drop a bomb, or, you know, personally one-on-one take out a person from another country that we're invading or what have you.
Okay, so he's already answered his own question. Yes, that is indeed the reason. The reason why I call these people American supremacists rather than white supremacists is because they have like this inclusive vision of who gets to go and mass murder people. Any American can do it. In fact, they constantly weaponize the fact that non-white Americans can do that. Like, they will argue to your face, man, you can't judge people for joining the US military and going and fucking murdering and raping people. Some of them are black. You don't know what they've been through. They're BIPOCs. They're LGBTQI+. They're neurodivergent and a minor. they will just throw out all of these excuses to you. And that's precisely why I say American supremacism, because it's not white supremacism. White supremacism is certainly a factor, but it's not the operational.
Firstly, he completely misses the point of what white supremacy is. All of those marginalized people groups which he mentions are capable of upholding white supremacy. Mark Robinson and David Clark uphold white supremacy all of the time. Blair White upholds white supremacy all of the time. Even fucking clowns like Nick Fuentes and Synthetic Man uphold white supremacy. The reason why deculturation is mentioning white supremacy and not American supremacy is because these hierarchical structures exist inside and outside of American hegemony. Racism is not exclusive to American culture, and I'm sure that principled anti-Zionist Bad Empanada here can agree with that, unless you want to pretend that Zionism is not the same settler colonial song and dance, all of which imported from Europe as American racism. But I digress.
And this reminds me of how people get angry when I say Jewish supremacism in regards to Israel instead of white supremacism. Whiteness is not the deciding factor here. Okay, it's certainly an element, but it's not the deciding factor. In Israel, the deciding factor as to whether you get to be a settler, whether you get to be given perverse benefits, is being Jewish, not being white. Being white might help, but it's not the deciding factor. In this case, the deciding factor isn't being white, though it might help, it's being American.
So you just admitted that you have a double standard. In the context of Israel, it's Jewish supremacism because you willingly adhere to the Zionist propaganda. But when it's the United States, a nation state literally founded on the structure of white supremacy, you choose to classify it based on the flattened identity of being an American? Y'all can see where this is going, right?
Doesn't matter if you're black, brown, purple, green. If you're an American, these people support your right to go and murder Iraqis and Afghans consequence-free. So you've answered your own question there. I just expanded upon it a bit.
This is, unironically, the most quintessential American thing that he has ever said. Think about when you're talking to your racist uncle at Thanksgiving dinner or something like that, and he has just gone on a 50-minute rant about how the immigrants are turning the frogs gay or something like that. In that conversation, you point out how that's not only stupid, but it's racist. And then your uncle says, "Oh, I'm not racist. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, brown, purple, green." Do you understand why this guy is so fucking unserious even when he is trying to present his audience with a coherent point?
Like, he starts speculating about my identity for this like bizarre explanation of why I didn't mention white supremacy, and it's so funny. He's so American. I love him so much.
I don't know, like I've been saying it for a minute, and I think that sometimes I'm like, man, am I a little too hard? Am I a little too demanding? Is my standard too high for these white people?
There you go. White. He's already made clear that he understands my reasoning completely, but he just can't help himself. He just can't help himself. He has to do it. He has to do it. He has to do it. He can't agree with a white person. It's not allowed. He cannot. He can't. He's American. He has to do the thing. White. He has to do it. He can't help himself. It's like an impulse that all Americans are born with. Eat burger, murder brown people, white.
This is why he made the video, by the way. He can't stand the fact that someone just called him white. This is his own little grievance, his own little baby owie. This has nothing to do with class analysis. This is not coming from an objectively materialist perspective. He is fucking mad that somebody who is darker than him just called him white.
That even when, they've been accurate and correct about Graham Plattner, when they've been accurate and correct about, the white left, that if you're talking for 35 minutes and you're not mentioning white supremacy when all the people you're talking about are white.
You have to mention white supremacy like anytime you're talking about white people? God, that would be fucking absurd. Hey guys, like I'm responding to a white person. Yo guys, so white supremacy exists, just acknowledging that here for some reason. Token acknowledgement of that.
Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. The common thread is white supremacy. Why do you think Graham Plattner has such an exceptionalist following? because he's running for Senate in the demographically whitest, most fucking pasty state in the country.
Now, if you were to search Maine coastal town aesthetic on Pinterest, you're going to see a lot of pictures of lighthouses on rocky coastlines, quaint downtown areas, and women wearing linen pants and striped navy sweaters. And to be honest, if you come to coastal southern Maine in the summer, life does look like that.
The liberals and lefties in Maine are a special breed of whiteness that is so dangerous that they will tell you that the cops there are not as bad while uttering the phrase ACAB. Where do you think this Missouri Compromise level bullshit comes from? White supremacy, dumb fuck! So when deculturation brings up your slipshot analysis, he's not just calling you white, he's telling you that you missed the fucking point as to why Graham Plattner and his supporters are so stunted. Now, I do want to make it very clear that I'm not here to defend deculturation. He is more than capable of defending himself, which he actually did in a follow-up stream of his.
It's funny the way that white people here, you know, they don't see whiteness as part of identity politics. They don't see it that way. But it's cute that abroad, they try so desperately. Those of us that are against U.S. imperialism, because we've quite literally, our lives have been morphed by it. Our lives have been shaped by it.
And this quintessential American certainly doesn't think they're the quintessential American, but they very much are.
The quintessential American has told me to my face quite often throughout the years that I'm not American. The right was using identity politics as a anti-black smear to always root in anti-blackness. Then they hopped onto DEI, right? They find different dog whistles. Why does Bernie Sanders feel so comfortable talking shit about identity politics without really describing it, defining it? Because it's a dog whistle to his white base. This guy that's about to speak and Bad Empanada have more in common than me and this guy ever will.
I came here to join this rally, watch what was going on, not to listen to somebody take over the stage.
Not to listen to identity politics. We've seen it. We know what they're about.
But we're here because even though deculturation is quite literally making the same points as I am, arguably even better than I am, this is still showing the very real decline in Bad Empanada as a political commentator.
All the Americans are talking about are white, and you're pretending to care about brown and black people who, you know, suffer the direct consequences of U.S., colonization, empire, or, American supremacy, if you want to call it that.
I mean, I don't care about anyone because of their race. I don't give a shit about if you're black, brown, white, whatever. The only thing that makes these people being brown relevant in this case is they just happen to be the victims of American imperialism.
Yes, dumbass. What part of American imperialism creates a class system based on race? White supremacy, you moldy Euro from the outback.
I mean, do I have to specifically care about brown people? Should I care more about people? Like, the race is only relevant insofar as it results in, like, materialist advantages to you. That's why race exists. It's not some ephemeral god that we all must respect forever. I probably use the word ephemeral wrong, but I like it. It sounds cool.
Ephemeral, adjective, lasting for a very short time. Let's play that again.
Specifically care about brown people? Should I care more about people? Like, the race is only relevant insofar as it results in, like, materialist advantages to you. That's why race exists. It's not some ephemeral god that we all must respect forever. I probably use the word ephemeral wrong, but I like it. It sounds cool.
I guess he's not wrong in that racism is not a god that lasts a short amount of time, but that's because racism has existed for half a millennium thanks to white supremacist power structures.
And you don't mention the word white supremacy, and you stay stuck on this American supremacist angle the entire time. And you're not actually talking about white supremacy directly in regards to Bad Empanada. Because I've been saying it from the start. If you're Australian,
how in the fuck is this relevant? How is he talking about being Australian?
Actually, it will become relevant in just a second.
Oh, I love Americans so much. Australian. You're Australian, motherfucker. I win. You're Australian.
Right? Because this was a colonizer already.
Colonizer?
And you look around and you say, nah. It's not white enough. It's not white enough. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go move to Argentina.
This guy is the most no-sabo tryhard I've ever seen with the, like, Spanish pronunciation when you're speaking English. It's not normal.
There it is. Bad Empanada just called a Mexican-American no sabo. If you don't know why this is extremely cringe on Bad Empanada's part, let me explain. No sabo is derogatory for American-born Latino folks who aren't fluent in Spanish. This is coming from Bad Empanada, a goddamn Greek Australian who ran away to Argentina because Australia didn't like its fake communist gentrification. In Deculturation's video response to Bad Empanada, he actually goes into his own account of being assimilated. Pretty violently so, I might add.
This is an insult that we use amongst each other that I've thankfully never been a part of, because my Spanish has come and gone throughout the years. My first language was Spanish. It had to be. It was. And then slowly, through assimilation, the assimilation process that Bad Empanada has never been forced into, the assimilation process here, I started losing it. Despite my entire classroom being brown with one white and one black kid. Entire classroom brown. We were all watching telenovelas with the family. We were all watching all that shit. But we all spoke English in class. And I started losing it. So a rule was implemented in my home. You can only speak Spanish here. And that helped salvage it a little bit. And I hate talking about myself because it's so fucking embarrassing. But it's funny. But this is what white people force you to do. White people force you to reaffirm your identity. Because nothing's ever good enough and they get to gatekeep you. And so with the slightest push, the slightest pressure, you see that he's a true culture vulture. And it doesn't take much. And that's just fucking funny to me because it's like, here's the rope, homie. So a no sabo is basically how we kind of check ourselves. See, the OGs, the veteranos out here, were talked down to you if you spoke Spanish during one era, Southern California. And that was done because they were forced to assimilate more aggressively than the later generations. Because you weren't allowed to speak Spanish in school at all. And publicly, if you weren't in your barrios, you weren't allowed. There's gonna be consequences for that shit too. You better whisper because you're putting a fucking target on your back on top of your brown skin. And then we have younger generations that don't speak it. Why is that? Why is it that we have this, younger generations that don't speak Spanish despite their parents only speaking Spanish? How does it make sense that your parents only speak Spanish and you don't speak Spanish? And so the stigma starts arising against those that don't speak Spanish without any consideration to why that is. Assimilation being the biggest one. The fact that because of immigration, a lot of these parents lack formal education. They don't have the time and day. They're working multiple jobs. They're not in the households. They can't be. They can't afford to be. And those that are lack the education to pass on to their children. And so they rely on the U.S. schooling system to do so. The U.S. schools are not going to teach these kids Spanish. Not until like high school when they give it an option. But then we got that Castellano bullshit that Bad Empanada wants to uphold, as colonizers often do.
And you know what? I'm just gonna fucking say it. This is actually kind of fucking racist. And not to mention that Spanish itself is still a colonizer language, just like English. So Bad Empanada is literally doing the speak English form of racism like he has any fucking right to do so.
You're American. Why do you choose to live in the USA? Excuse me, I'm very suspicious of you. I'm very suspicious. You choose to live in the colonizer country, the USA. Oh my God, that's insane. You choose to live in the colonizer country? The United States of America? I'm extremely suspicious of this guy. Honestly, I'm so fucking suspicious. This is how Americans sound. I want you to understand this is how you sound. What the fuck does this mean? What is the point of this? I could be Adolf Hitler in the flesh, but if I said what I said about Graham Plattner, I'd be right about it.
Alright, man. I mean, so I don't feel like I need to say this, but because of what we just heard, I feel like I kind of need to say it. You don't need to be Adolf Hitler in the flesh to criticize Graham Platner.
I don't even think there's any going back from this. Bad Empanada invoked Hitler out of fucking nowhere, like he's Mosh Feiglin or something.
Jeez. I need to go wash my face after that. I'll be right back.
Well, first of all, I am mean, but not as mean as you are, and I don't think that's productive. Oh, you want to talk about disagreements? We're both communicators, and our goal is to, get people on board, right? That's your goal.
My goal is to make money.
There's shit that I haven't even gotten into in this video because this guy is a fucking train wreck.
He has this weird obsession with Yakub.
What the fuck is this?
He wants aliens to take over the Earth.
Hello, Earthling. I am an alien from another planet. At the present moment, I have changed into this mobile phone. While you are looking at my face, I am rubbing my testicles and making love to your fingers. Don't say you're not enjoying it, as I can see you smiling.
And even though I said that he wasn't a tanky, there's a video of him saluting Stalin, but he can't seem to keep a straight face throughout the 5 minutes.
And no matter what, I genuinely feel like this video is an incomplete analysis of Bad Empanada. And that's no matter how thoroughly I comb through Bad Empanada's slop content.
But I've told you guys from the very beginning that Bad Empanada is an interesting character to say the very least. But why does he do all this? Clearly, he has a serious motivation behind all of this, right? In my opinion, the most revealing video of his is ironically his debate with Hassan Piker. In this video, Noah Samson is collaborating with various content creators to raise money for Palestine, which is awesome. But Bad Empanada joins and suddenly it becomes a debate akin to Luffy versus Kaido or Goku versus Frieza.
Hassan Piker, I bet you thought that you were safe.
In this video, Bad Empanada establishes his disgust with Hassan Piker, particularly in regards to how Hassan Piker is wasting his time capitulating to the Democratic Party and American liberals. Hassan, on the other hand, begins this debate poorly. He's glazing Bernie Sanders in a way that pisses me off.
And that was actually in that 9-minute conversation that we had. That was my entry point into it. Like, I was going to talk to him about this on First Amendment grounds and basically get a better assessment, better understanding of what his position is, and to maybe even talk to him further about like why he consistently brings about the issue of Israel, but like only focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu, or why he doesn't call it a genocide. Because these are, I think, valid questions to ask someone like Bernie Sanders. Especially because my expectation of someone like Bernie Sanders is that he's supposed to be infinitely more knowledgeable on the situation than like the average Democratic Party politician is supposed to be, given his long history of being an out and about socialist, and even sometimes like offering critical support to, with some notable exceptions like Yugoslavia, offering critical support to even revolutionary socialists or even like anti-imperialist militancy throughout his career.
On my channel, I did a reading of Murray Bookchin's critique of Bernie Sanders from the mid-1980s, where Bookchin describes Bernie Sanders as a gentrifier whose ears belong to vulture capitalists rather than socialist organizers of Burlington, Vermont, and New York City. Link in the description if you want to watch that. But Bernie Sanders, as a politician, displays a socialist veneer rather than true socialist application to his praxis. Bad Empanada, on the other hand, is right to look at Hassan Piker as someone who is out of his mind.
I think, as you said very well once, that Zionists should not even be allowed to be the local dog catcher. And Bernie Sanders well eclipses the point of being a Zionist by any reasonable standard, even your standard, I'm sure. AOC, I'm not exactly sure. She seems to be a lot better than him, but
Yeah, I agree.
they are absolutely grooming her to be something that she probably didn't want to be initially, and it's working. So that's kind of sad. Sanders in like 2016, he did seem to be something that was genuinely inconvenient for the party, but they have well and truly tamed him at this point. And I think it's been that way for a while. I think even in 2020, it was already kind of like that, even though, you know, he did still run for the nomination. He fell into line very quickly afterwards.
So as you can see, I already agree with Bad Empanada's stance in this debate. Hasan Piker is displaying a structural naivety, while Bad Empanada is the reality check for American liberals. And that's the thing. I think now more than ever, we need liberals to recognize that the Democratic Party is not friends with the working class. The fact that U.S. Representative Jared Golden thanked Donald Trump for deploying ICE into Los Angeles, a region in which he has absolutely zero connection to, genuinely translates to me that he is a class enemy. And yet, this party wants me to vote for them in 2028? Don't even get me started on Gavin Newsom. So, Bad Empanada is spot on here, but if you have been paying attention throughout the video, you probably picked up that Bad Empanada usually starts off this way. He's very agreeable on a broader structural critique, and he's capable of showing receipts for his claims. But whether he remains consistent on that front is largely a gamble. During the debate, Bad Empanada calls Noah Samson white for eating hot chips.
I ate hot chips, but...
You're just so white.
This is quite hypocritical. In the last chapter, we literally see Bad Empanada losing his shit because Deculturation had the audacity to criticize Bad Empanada for his lackluster analysis of Graham Plattner's white supremacist exceptionalism. But here, Bad Empanada seems perfectly content with tossing your white around with his other white friend. Seems like a double standard. I'm sure he's just joking, because he's a joke, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Although I praise Bad Empanada for being the reality check of Hasan Piker trying to convince Americans to become left-wing, I can't shake off the detrimental damage that Bad Empanada is doing separate from his reality check. Watch what Bad Empanada says in response to Hasan Piker.
What I would say is that Americans are way too optimistic with their former politicians. And if there is something that you should preach, it's that these people are ultimately fucking useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
There's two ways to look at this statement. The more optimistic approach is that the Democratic Party are so intertwined with the establishment of the imperialist machine that they will never push for meaningful change at the demand of the working class. So we, as the working class, need to work independently from the Democratic Party. The more pessimistic approach, which I believe is Bad Empanada's intent with the statement, is that he is advocating for literally fending for yourself. No collective action, just keep yourself alive as long as possible. This is supported by his later statement regarding climate change.
You have to start small, you have to build up from that until you can eventually challenge on the main stage. Now, the issue of this logic from me now is that it's too late. Honestly, I'm not sure that we have time for this sort of thing before the consequences of climate change basically take over the agenda entirely, and whatever political system we're trying to get into in this way just totally breaks down.
And this is where we begin to see the collapse of his entire ideology. He displays his online persona not just as a socialist, but rather a socialist who makes other socialists uncomfortable with uncomfortable truth. Let's put a pin on this statement, because we're going to come back to it. In his video, BreadTuber Attacks Me, Gets Destroyed, Bad Empanada is responding to Trash Discourse's video about BreadTubers like Cavernacle and Bad Empanada. As I said earlier, this video is poorly researched with very shitty argumentation, because it completely misses the point as to why Bad Empanada sucks so much. What I hate the most about Trash Discourse is how they pretty much basically handed Bad Empanada a W here. Bad Empanada was gifted a straw man to exploit the hell out of.
It's a video that also very much is precisely like what I've been talking about regarding these sorts of like centrist/center-left people who posture as like radical leftists, and how they deal with criticism coming at them from the left. They can't really respond to it honestly on the basis of the evidence and the arguments. So what they do instead, they just don't engage at all. Because if they did engage, it would become very plainly obvious for all to see that they were the ones who were actually in the wrong here. Because if you apply the principles that they themselves claim to uphold to these arguments that they're making, and the counter-arguments against them from people like me who are further to the left than them, it will just expose them for what they really are.
But remember what I said earlier, for every kernel of truth that Bad Empanada presents follows with cancer.
Now I don't mean to poison the well here, because I am going to go over her video.
One thing I didn't go over throughout this video is how frequently he misgenders trans people. He misgenders trash discourse when their pronouns are right there directly in front of him. He also did the same thing with Dead Domain.
So her first tweet was saying, "Sure seems like Bad Empanada doesn't believe in anything except suffering."
To which he would later pin a comment of him doing the fakest apology ever. Imagine if I were to misgender Blair White just because I disagreed with her. That would open the opportunity for any jackass who slightly disagreed with me to misgender me as well, which by the way, happens all of the time. Not that Bad Empanada sees trans people as marginalized or anything.
Back me and send their followers after me. So
marginalized people. There's nothing but marginalized people just invoking identity politics bullshit. You're not marginalized, you're American. You're American. You're an American.
You're so scary, little girl. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that to you, Pookie Bear, but it's just...
Oh god.
Sometimes you make Daddy so angry.
And not to mention, he reduces basic human rights as treats.
What makes you a bad person is that you're arguing here against someone like me who acknowledges that, who brings that up, who points out these things, and basically making an argument for why I'm like Adolf Hitler, when your mentality that these things should basically just be ignored on the basis of, oh, marginalized people throwing out identity politics and isms, how you shouldn't be allowed to critique people who uphold this system that oppresses billions of people, as long as they advocate for treats for you and yours.
I don't know, man. There sure are a lot of anti-imperialist protests happening in the United States all of the damn time. I can't even keep track of all of them because, newsflash, the American left, let alone the American working class, does not completely consist of these BreadTube people. It's laughable how narrow his class analysis is. Huey P. Newton could be right in front of him, and he would still classify him as a first-world BreadTuber. Not that I'm comparing Huey P. Newton to Trash Discourse, obviously. Trash Discourse is more like, I don't know, a sex-positive Max Stirner? But then, look at what Bad Empanada says here.
I don't think there's anything specifically virtuous to speaking out about certain things, like just giving token acknowledgements of certain things. It doesn't really do anything. What's important is having the correct political line, having the correct principles.
So now you all understand why this fucking video is 4 hours long, right? Bad Empanada just talks non-stop about how leftists in America are all worrying about marginalized identity politics. Oh, but what about the non-binary? Oh, but what about the BIPOC? Oh, but what about the gay people? Oh, but what about the black people? And he really, really narrows his own political critique of American liberals and even American leftists who rightfully do deserve that criticism. Like, yeah, obviously Trash Discourse and ContraPoints and Abigail Thorne, Vosh, or Xander Hall or Destiny, they all fit that description, but those are individual people. And I think it's worth questioning if this person really is like an anti-fascist by any stretch of the imagination. Most of Bad Empanada's political analysis is, you're a Jew, you're a Jew, you're a Jew, you're a Jew. Isn't it so bad that this person is Jewish? Isn't it so bad that that person is Jewish? No critique about Christian Zionism, no critique about secular Zionists, no critique about Zionists on a broad spectrum. He's just after Jewish people, and that's so fucking sad. He limits his own political critique because he is so hyper-focused on identity politics. Most of his videos are, what identity is this? What identity is that? And sure, for the first time in like 4 hours, I'll get a little anecdotal. I know some people who are in Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm not a member, of course, and I already said that I don't think that pacifist movements are legitimate. But one thing that I can say about them for sure, at least from my own experiences, I can't speak for every chapter, is that they don't talk about being Jewish like that, okay? They don't like go, oh, isn't it great for me to be Jewish? Shouldn't we like center ourselves as Jews in the pro-Palestinian movement? Hey, everybody stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing, okay? I see that you're advocating that we stop bombing Palestinians and all, but hey, did you know that we're Jewish? Like, I don't see them doing that shit. Actually, as I'm like making this part of the video specifically, Jewish Voice for Peace specifically protested against Chuck Schumer in an attempt to get him to stop funding Israel again.
Yet, here he is telling his audience that he engages in actual argumentation rather than identity politics. Let's zoom out for a second here. There's a much bigger reason why Bad Empanada is responding to trash discourse that extends beyond the online drama. Watch what he says here.
What's important is having the correct political line, having the correct principles.
This is that role that Bad Empanada thinks he is playing on the internet. Again, he's right to call out these breadtubers and these petite bourgeois left-wing content creators for their disconnect in class analysis and political application in their praxis. But in this video, titled The Importance of Being Principled, he makes a pretty solid argument about why American leftists need to stand firmly against the genocide in Gaza beyond the reasoning that it is costing US taxpayer money.
And it's important to just be against imperialism on actual principle. Regardless of what the principle is, there's different ways. You might be against imperialism because you're a Marxist and you're just against the imperial world system, blah, blah, blah. Or you might be against imperialism because you're some weird, religious freak who thinks all human life is equal because Jesus Christ told you so. Or you might be a secular, atheist humanist who, thinks it's wrong to massacre Iraqis because they are equal human beings. Whatever the reason is, it's important to have blanket principle that you apply consistently against imperialism rather than being against it because your main argument or reason for being against it or whatever is that it's bad for you. It's bad for the people who carry it out. It's bad for the country that carries it out.
I see where he's coming from. Obviously, the conversation around the genocide in Gaza shouldn't conclude with those resources going towards Americans themselves. It should be about how people are dying because of our tax dollars. But here's the thing. That's exactly why people are against it. When folks see images of babies bleeding and hospitals getting bombed, or videos of Itamar Ben-Gvir fetishizing torture like he's the star of a lost media clip on tour, they instantly get repulsed because people, human beings, have a conscience. The organizing of protests at Columbia University, UCLA, and March on Washington for Gaza with hundreds of thousands of protesters isn't just a byproduct of people who want treats because Israel gets to have it all. It's because people know a genocide when they fucking see it. And in many cases, a lot of their friends, families, neighbors also have people who are dying in the Levant region at the hands of the Israeli nation-state. Even if the narrative involves US tax dollars, that is because the money is going towards something evil. It's American working class production going towards something that millions of Americans do not consent to. Bad Empanada genuinely thinks it's just about American welfare. I'm not saying that sentiment where Americans don't want their taxes going to a genocide because they believe that they should have it themselves doesn't exist, but if the American working class was just as cynical as Bad Empanada was, there wouldn't be nearly the amount of resistance that we are seeing today against Israel's genocide in Gaza. But again, this is about having the correct principle, and he's right about that. Solidarity with the working class shouldn't just be exclusive towards the American working class. It should be at an international level, and Americans owe the entire world exactly that. So then why doesn't Bad Empanada show that? To be clear, I'm not saying Bad Empanada does nothing to help people. He's previously raised money for Palestine, even though humanitarian aid has been halted at the Rafah crossing by both the IDF and Israeli citizens, and he's even recently raised money to help Cubans impacted by Donald Trump's sanctions, even flying to Cuba itself to give that money directly to struggling Cuban people. Even if he is in denial of, clout chasing in this regard, it does matter that he's doing this. It does count. But he still made that video about Donald Trump screwing over Americans, completely forgetting that Donald Trump is going to screw over the entire world. He still made pro-ICE propaganda to own the libs, even though these fucking goons are terrorizing undocumented immigrants every day, and he still supported Donald Trump invading Greenland, even though there are indigenous people still living there. So I need to ask, where the fuck are his principles? In his debate with Hassan Piker, he makes a nod to Luigi Mangione in the most subtle way when discussing solutions.
Yeah,
So what does that look like?
Here's the thing. I understand.
Mario's brother?
What?
He does this in the most cowardly tone of voice, almost like he's scared to say what's really on his mind. But I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's hear him provide a genuine explanation.
What I was going to say is that look at the Luigi Mangione thing recently. That is an issue that very directly affects many Americans, many. That guy, I haven't seen polls on him, but I would assume that a majority of people who know who he is and what he did probably have a favorable opinion of him. But it still hasn't resulted in anything. Like, nothing has come of it at all. There was like a week period where like conservatives and liberals met together in parks and talked about how cool Luigi was and like how the healthcare system is really fucked up. And then everyone just went right back to what they were doing before, and nothing has fundamentally changed. Nothing has really fundamentally been inspired by what was an act that I would have thought would inspire that sort of thing in a country where people, or at least a time, maybe it's not even the US, maybe just the time period that we live in, where people were ripe to actually take risks to try and seek meaningful change.
But why are you being so vague? Luigi Mangione allegedly assassinated Brian Thompson, a rich CEO who has exploited the lives of millions of families. If your goal is to get the American left to expand beyond mere reform in the United States empire, then you need to lead by example and set that precedent yourself.
One of the gotchas that these people attempt to throw out when you talk about this sort of thing is, well, what do you expect me to do aside from joining a union? What do you think we should do? You have no solutions. And for one, I'm not really obliged to give you a solution,
And that's exactly the problem here. When I first learned about Bad Empanada back in 2019, I thought to myself, finally, somebody who can actually ring it in and knock some sense into the left. Really provide something fresh and innovative, critically thinking of ways to utilize praxis with the benefit of theoretical analysis of lessons that we can learn from history. But I was so fucking wrong.
What advice would I give to a leftist in the first world to organize in their countries? Go to the third world and organize there instead.
That is the problem with Bad Empanada. He is a fucking coward. He wants you to run away from your problems instead of organizing. And in a very sick and twisted way, that's worse than American liberalism. At the very least, Hassan Piker, in his naivety and liberal dick-sucking, he is using his platform to inform the masses on class analysis.
So, what? Does he not care about, the end goal of revolutionary action? Does he not care about communism?
I don't give a fuck about communism. I just want revenge on the first world.
No. No, he does not give a damn about communism.
Because he is an unserious clown. He wants you to do nothing except run away like a coward. And what does that mean when he's too afraid to advocate in front of a live audience that you should start killing capitalists and Epstein scumbags who are bombing Iranian school children every single fucking day? It means that the fascists have won. It means that the imperialist scum who rape kids, eat babies, bomb Gaza, invade Latin America, and infest every single inch of our entire world all won. And he wants you to run away to where? Argentina, Mexico City, Havana, and what? Gentrify those places too?
If Bad Empanada is that fire under the asses of American leftists, then we are in big trouble.
Because this is the exact role that the Democratic Party plays in the United States.
Bad Empanada is a fucking disgrace and an embarrassment in the eyes of history.
Damn it, I failed to make the video 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Hello everyone, thank you for watching my video. I'm sure that by the end of this, I'm gonna get called a secret liberal or a secret Zionist. So if you want to help me, or you know, support the channel or anything that I do with my YouTube channel, feel free to go into the Ko-Fi and support me through a donation, through one-time or monthly donation. It helps pay my bills, it helps keeps my cat fed, it also helps me do things that I need to do outside of YouTube that are none of your concern. You know, that kind of shit. And to Bad Empanada, I hope you understand that my goal here wasn't to deplatform you or to cancel you, but your own stupid ass delusion's gonna tell you that anyway. My goal with my channel is to always remind my audience to question authority, to question the things that they hear on the internet and throughout the media, whether it be independent or mainstream media for that matter. And of course, a major part of that is being against US imperialism. But like I said, I'm probably just a secret liberal or a secret Zionist or whatever to him, so whatever, right? He's gonna tell himself that, he's gonna tell his audience that, he's gonna say that every single talking point that I ever had is some level of Zionist talking point, even though I have repeatedly criticized Israel, I have repeatedly criticized Zionism as a political ideology. How dare I be not obsessed with the Jews as much as he is? You know, the usual default retorts that he always has, and they're all so fucking hilarious. Anyway, fuck the United States Empire, fuck Israel, and most importantly, fuck white supremacy. That was a good empanada!